Puppies. Today's topic is DJ who never DJ, Akademiks, or whatever you want to call yourself. Need to shut up because you don't know what you're talking about. You do not know what you're talking about. Shut up. We're going to get on into it. But in between that time, we're wait for some people to come in the room. And then we're going to start the show. And if you're watching the replay, you can skip right past this and get straight to the show. I'm tired of people who wasn't there. You wasn't there to run your mouth. You run your mouth and you wasn't there. That is crazy. Hey, Nick. Hey, Just Mona. How y'all doing? Hey, Spice, baby. We're going to start in a couple of seconds because I'm about tired of this bull crap. Now, what we're going to do first, hey, Jen. What we're going to do first is we're going to listen to what Akademiks had to say. What I'm saying is we got too many people that talk about hip hop and don't know what the F they're talking about. They were not there. We done seen countless videos of people acting like they know the history, but wasn't there. So when people who was there and they tell you these things, y'all claim that we're not giving you the game and we don't want to help you, but y'all didn't want to listen. And if some of you guys did not get the game, why do we still have hip hop? Why do we still have hip hop if you guys don't have the game? If nobody gave you the game, or if nobody gave you the chance, why do we still have hip hop? Regardless if you like it or don't like it, why do we have it? Number one. But to go and say people is dusty, and you got some people agreeing with it by saying, well, these people ain't never did nothing. They gave you a whole genre. What else do you want? They gave you a whole entire genre. Y'all not happy with that though, right? Number one. Number two, they never gave us the game. You know why? Because you don't listen to old school music. That's why you don't get the game. They gave it to you in the music. They gave even my man, Jizza, told you your money gets stuck to to the gum under the table. They have made plenty of songs, but you know what? Y'all don't like old school music. And hey, you didn't get the game. They gave you the game the best way they were able to give you the game. And if you are old school, the same way they talked about what was going on, they also talked about the game. But y'all too good to listen to old school hip hop. They put it in the music. So don't tell us what the forefathers did and did not do. Now, before I go on to prove this man wrong, because I was there in the conception. I was there before money. It was about the money, honey. I was there. So we're gonna listen to what he got to say. Then we're gonna listen to what some people had to say. Down to my man LL Cool J is hard as then they're gonna try to say, oh, he ain't helped nobody. This one ain't helped nobody. Well, damn it, nobody helped them neither. How about that? How about nobody helped them neither? How about they just started something and didn't know where it was going to go? Nobody gave them a map neither. At least you had a map. They didn't have a map. They didn't know. Hey, Jackie, they didn't know. You know what? This is $1 billion business. They didn't know these things. They did something out of pure entertainment. Pure entertainment. That they didn't care about money because they didn't know money was in it. What we did, and I can say the word we, and everybody who's in my age bracket, I can honestly say we did it for the fun. We all was a quote unquote MC at one time. But you gotta remember, when you speak of the pioneers, you have to speak of the DJs first. Because everybody know it wasn't about the artist. It was about the DJ. You took something that started in the park. Hip hop started in the park. You took something that started in the park. What was somebody supposed to think? What was their mind state in the park? We don't have no money. We ain't got nowhere to go. So what they did was they took their mama records. They took their mother and father records. They did the instrumental beat. And then they said, hey, you rock this party while I cut these beats in there. So that's why the beginning of hip hop wasn't so lyrical. Wasn't like they couldn't be lyrical, but their job was to keep the party hype. That was their job. Say ho, because it was about the DJ. It wasn't about the artist yet. It wasn't about the artist. But the nerve. Yes, I'm in my feelings. I'm in my feelings. When you talk about the old school hip hop people, it's like you're talking about us, all of us. Well, let's hear what he got to say. And then we're going to go on a journey. So y'all guys get ready to go on a journey. People talk about stuff and you wasn't even born. I'm tired of people who wasn't even born yet telling us about hip hop. That's the craziest thing ever. You wasn't even born. You didn't dig in your crates. You did not watch some of these older artists, but you want to talk about these older artists? Do you know? Let's just get to what this man got to say. We're going to start off. This is my man Sincere. Love him, This is my man Sincere. He sort of kind of got everything. I really wanted to play Max because Max got everybody. But I'm just going to let this play like this. We're going to hear what Mr. Akademiks got to say. Then we're going to hear my man LL got to say and who else got something to say. And then we, the people, going to have something to say. Let's go.
That thumbs up. Let's get right to it.
That's what it is. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Them old rappers, man, them niggas, bro, have you seen any of these old rappers who be like, yo, they're the foundation of hip hop really living good? Them niggas be looking really dusty. I kid you not. And then none of y'all trying to come for me because I don't fuck with y'all niggas either. So I'm just saying, y'all be looking like every time there be like an old nigga talking about hip hop, you be like, yo, bro, you sure you live better than this?
Hey, Coffee.
Because everybody else living better than you. It's facts.
Okay. So you guys might want to record this. Make sure you're recording this or screen recording it or something so that you guys get it. I don't go live a lot. I haven't really been going live since, the pandemic, but this is something that came to my attention. It came to my attention that a DJ, and I'm not going to say any names because I don't think it's necessary. A DJ basically said that, a lot of the pioneers in hip hop are, they're dusty, or how can they be the person that, invented hip hop if, they don't have a lot of money. Or if they don't look or represent like they have a lot of dough, right? Let me explain something to you and say this to you guys. Don't confuse someone's ability to develop a business model. Don't conflate. In other words, don't think just because somebody knows how to get money or fails to get money that they didn't make a contribution to the culture. No one discusses Miles Davis's bank account. We don't talk about John Coltrane's bank account. We don't talk about a lot of even rock musicians, a lot of them. We don't talk about their bank accounts. A lot of great country artists, we don't talk about their bank accounts. This idea that you have to have money or else you don't have any value is a bad idea, and it's kind of like it's a misinformed way of looking at the world and the culture. There are artists out here. First of all, let me say this. First of all, let's talk about like young artists, right? Who I love. I love the young artists. Let's be clear. I'm very much a guy who embraces the young artists. I believe in every generation. I believe in you. I care about you. Let me say this to you though. Today, you could come up with your 5-year plan, your 10-year plan, your 20-year plan. You can go find a manager. You can find an accountant. You can find somebody that means something to you, to help you. You can find a team to help your career go to the next level. When hip hop first started, there were no managers. There were no accountants that believed in it. Record companies didn't even believe in it. Nobody believed in it. How can you make a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan on something that doesn't even exist yet, that people have never even heard of? So just because a couple of these guys and girls and people out here made songs and made music and made contributions to this culture, or even dancers danced and made these contributions to culture, just because they didn't get rich, just because they weren't able to pile up millions or billions of dollars, does not mean that they didn't make a contribution to this culture. That does not mean that they didn't do something. They created an industry that we all ate off of. They created an industry that you eat off of. When you go out there and you go monetize your brand, when you go get your whatever and do what you got to do to build your career, when you go out there and negotiate your deals and negotiate your checks and talk tough, guess what? That money, that bread, that food that you eating was created by those same people that you disrespected. That industry was created by them same people that you call in, foul words, foul language. The people that you're referring to. So my thing is this. It's always good. It's always good to get money. It's always important. It's important. It's important to get money. I agree. I'm all about getting paper. I've been talking about it my whole career. But don't ever, ever, ever confuse being rich with making a contribution to our culture. Don't ever play yourself like that again. Because trust me, you playing yourself. Because without these dudes and these girls who started this hip hop culture, a lot of the guys that's out there talking tough, you wouldn't even have a career. We'd be on the corner with a beer talking about what's the next move we gonna make. So I would say approach this game with humility and be glad and be thankful that these pioneers, these slave mentality. Be glad that these pioneers help create this culture. And let's show them love. Let's elevate them. Let's celebrate them. That's why I started Rock the Bells. That's why I started this movement. So I wouldn't have to listen to foolish rhetoric about people that changed the world. These people changed the entire world. The whole planet runs on hip hop culture right now. The whole planet, every commercial, everything you could think of is all about hip hop. And there are people out there that started this thing, and I think that they deserve to be honored and respected. I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm not gonna say no names. I'm not gonna say nothing foul. I'm not gonna go at nobody's character. I'm just gonna say, think before you speak. Peace.
Yep.
Let's talk about it, y'all. That was LL Cool J responding to DJ Act. He respond to educate Act, embraced as much as he should, and people act like him.
All right. Now, before we go down memory lane, I'm gonna take you down because y'all gonna stop playing. Y'all young folks gonna stop playing with us. Y'all gonna stop playing with us, especially us New York people. Y'all gonna stop playing with us New York people. Yes, you are. You gonna stop telling us what happened, without telling us what happened to get everybody into the game. Y'all gonna stop telling us about the sacrifices that we made, our forefathers made, and everything else. When I mean forefathers, I mean of hip hop. And yes, that includes the people who liked hip hop in the beginning. That includes us too, because we were looked upon as probably different because we were spinning on our heads and the people who was doing the graffiti, all the different elements. Like we was walking with them crates. I'm telling you, there's even doo-wop started on the corner. Doo-wop started in the street. Doo-wop it didn't survive. It didn't survive, right? Hip-hop started in the park, on the street. But guess what? It survived. And it made billions of dollars. Now, when you hear these people talking, they always leaving out people. They leave out two key people, right? So let's do this. Let's just go here. Because that man done got me pissed off. The man done got me pissed off. Talking about they didn't do nothing. Where the hell, let me finish this. How did you hear Martin Lawrence? Could somebody tell me how did they hear Do they know Martin Lawrence? Do they know Martin Lawrence? And how did they hear about Martin Lawrence? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Tisha Campbell. How did you hear about Tisha Campbell? I'll wait. A lot of people today, how did we hear about them? If nobody put them on, how did they get on? How did they get on? I'll wait. Anybody can put the answer. Anybody could put the answer in as they want. We got Tisha Campbell. We got Martin Lawrence, right? We got a lot of other people. But again, where did we hear about Martin Lawrence? How did you guys come to get to know Martin Lawrence? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Come on now, guys. Put it on. Put it up in there. Put it on up in the chat. Put it in the chat. Y'all better come on now. I don't see nothing. Thank you. Hip hop, kid and play. Damn, thank you, Corin Lucky. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. So we didn't put in, it's people, Martin Lawrence, even though he was a comedian, he's from hip hop, baby. We wouldn't know about Martin Lawrence if it wasn't for Kid and Play. Okay? We wouldn't know about Tisha Campbell. Wasn't for Kid and Play. Kid and Play done a lot. They did 3 freaking movies. Okay? We got some what's his name? What's that comedian name? The one who got smacked up by Will Smith? Chris Rock. How did we first see Chris Rock? Come on, Corin, let's go. How did we first see Chris Rock? I'ma wait. Let's go, Corin. Let's go. Let's go, Corin. How did we see Chris Rock? What was Chris Rock introduction? And then that other man, Blair Underwood. How do we know Blair Underwood? Okay? Let's go, Corin. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You on the road. You on the road. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You want to talk about what the forefathers ain't do? Hip hop, CB4. No, baby. Let's take it back. Not CB4. We knew them from Crush Grooving. Okay? Crush Groove. Let's take it back before CB4. He was in Crush Groove. Blair Underwood, Crush Groove. That all come out of hip hop. A lot. Matter of fact, what's up, Sincere? Matter of fact, when we first seen Don Cheadle. Don Cheadle was a dancer. Another one come from hip hop. Stop playing with me. Stop it. You know how many people come out of freaking hip hop to say that they never done nothing? They never done. The pioneers never did nothing. But we got a lot of actresses and actors came from hip hop, from the pioneers. Stop playing with me. And then people say, okay, now I'm gonna let this video show because this mofo got me heated. He don't know what the hell he talking about. When a lot of people, I'm talking about from the beginning, when we had nothing. Who was the artist? Let's go, Corin. Who was the artist? Who was the first artist that got that money? Who was the first artist that sold over 600,000 units and showed how that money went? Let's go. Let's go. Let y'all see I can do this. Punch them in the eyeball. Now we're gonna get a little bit more in this. He talking about what hasn't been done, and then he goes on to explain after he said called them dusty or whatever. Then he go on to they showed you the freaking game. Y'all didn't come up with an answer yet, so I'm gonna let y'all get the answer. Because don't play with me with this hip hop stuff. Don't play with me, because I was there. I was there. How you want to tell somebody like we not living no more? You talking like we dinosaurs? Mofo, we ain't dinosaurs. Who the fuck you think you're talking to, Akademiks? Who the fuck you think you're talking to? I have never, if you're speaking upon our dusty pioneers, okay, then they gonna try to talk about Grandmaster Flash and the rest of them. It was people before them. It was people before them. But you have to remember, it was for free, and it was about entertainment, and it was in the park. That's where everybody went, the speakers, right? And then when I tell these stupid people in 1975 or something, 75, 6, 7, 8, or 9, pick one of them years. I said that was the best thing that happened to hip hop. I guarantee you, none of you guys know what I'm talking about because you wasn't there. You wasn't there in the early 70s. Something happened in New York that changed the whole trajectory of hip hop. Okay? You guys wasn't there when they was burning up the Bronx. They was burning New York down. They was burning it down. So instead of us complaining, we put it in a song. We still found a way to live. I don't know. They don't call it the beat down Bronx for nothing. They was burning it down. And I'm going to get to what happened in 1975, 6, 7, 8, or 9. I'll get to what happened when I say, well, no, this is before. But I'm going to tell you that was the best thing that ever happened to hip hop. You have to have been there to know what I'm talking about. Or you will have to wait till I tell you to say, oh, yeah, she's right. This little young buck don't know nothing. Talking about money, 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 money. First of all, the people who went to the companies didn't even offer them money because they didn't, like LL said, they didn't think that it was going to last. It was one artist that showed you Will Smith. No, 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 and no. But Will Smith is another one who comes out of hip hop and put people on. People like, oh, they ain't put nobody on. Yeah, he did in his movies. Oh, Kid and Play ain't put nobody on. Yeah, Kid and Play did in their movies. And Corin, let me help Curtis Blow. Go ahead, Tanya Sweat. Ah, she on the road. Oh, bam, bam, bam. Thank you, baby. That's what I'm talking about. You are absolutely correct. But he spelled his name with a K. Now, they said Kid and Play House Party. And that was the introduction to Martin Lawrence, which is correct. But who put them on? Who was Martin Lawrence rolling with? Martin, people could say the pioneers. Okay, Salt and Pepper is a pioneer, correct? So because of Salt and Pepper getting concerts, they had Martin Lawrence open for them. So, okay, so there would be no Martin Lawrence without Salt and Pepper. And Salt and Pepper used to work in Sears with Kid and Play. So they all was friends. We didn't even get the full force yet, baby. We didn't even get the full force. Puffy is not even in existence yet, Corwin. We didn't get the Puffy. We ain't get the Puffy yet. But this young man gonna try to say that nobody's done nothing. Nobody done nothing. Nobody don't even give Kid and Play their fucking roses. Nobody even gives that people keep talking about when my man said no fame. When he was talking about, oh yeah, Herbie Lovebug, that's right, baby. That's right. And he was like, well, Run DMC. No. Curtis Blow was before Run DMC. Run wanted to be like Curtis Blow. Okay? Run wanted to be like Curtis Blow. So when Curtis Blow, he's another one that was in the movie Crush Groove, correct? Look at all the actors we have now. Go check out Crush Groove. Go check out Wild Style. Go check out what's the other one? Beach Street. Go check out Beach Street. Crush Groove, Wild Style, House Party. God damn, what do you mean nobody was put on? They all, and like I said, Don Cheadle, we see him as a good actor. He came out of hip hop also. Out of hip hop. Curtis Blow is the first one that made that $1 million. The first one who got the real money. Curtis Blow is the first one that moved out of New York and moved to LA. It was Curtis Blow. Curtis Blow showed you he's the first one that got advertisement and endorsements. It was Curtis Blow. So for you, even if nobody has never said to me, or I have never heard it, correction. I have never heard nobody say, hey, I called Curtis Blow. Remember, he's speaking upon the pioneers. I've never heard anybody say, hey, I called Curtis Blow, and that's Curtis Blow, how he get that money and how did he get them endorsements, and he hung up the phone on me. Nobody has reached out to Curtis Blow. Akademiks, have you reached out to Curtis Blow? I mean, you didn't say people from O's, you said the pioneers. Did you reach out to Curtis Blow? Did you? And then we cannot forget, like I said, Y'all people talk a lot of shit about hip hop, the new folks, and saying what you didn't get because y'all too good to listen to the lyrics of the old school people's song. They put it in the music. That's what hip hop is. They see stuff, they put it in the music. And once they became a machine, once they got in the machine, then they started talking about the machine. But you don't listen to old school music to hear the lyrics. Y'all forgot about the old school pioneers. Y'all forgot about them. But I've never heard you say we reached out to or they reached out to me. No, y'all kept just going and going and going to where it's at now. Okay, fine. And we got every right to say we don't like it or we like it. We always said what we like, and we always said what we didn't like. That was amongst each other. So Kid and Play plays a big, big part in hip hop. We didn't even get to NT Raps yet. But you got that right, Tanya. It would not be an MTV. But before MTV Raps, you got to remember, guys, we're talking about music that, if it wasn't for Mr. Magic, we didn't even get the Missy Elliott. He said the pioneers. None of them are pioneers yet, Corwin. But nobody thanks Mr. Magic. They didn't even want our music on the radio, okay? And Mr. Magic said, you know what? I'm going to sneak their music on. I am going to sneak their music on. He said, I don't even care if I get in trouble. I'm going to sneak the music. And that's how that happened. And then you're saying we didn't teach you the game. Technically, we did teach you the game. Because if you think about it, hip hop did start out as independent. You know why? Because no record company, they didn't believe in hip hop. So not we, but I'm going to say we. So the people who were making music, even people we have not heard of, they put it on a tape. And they sold their tapes. We were independent before they started calling it independent. But the difference is that it wasn't no machine behind it. But we were independent in the beginning because we didn't have no record companies. So people would play their tapes outside. You know, whoever was the DJ. The DJ is the person, remember, before rap was out, the DJ is the one who's playing your music outside. And they'll pass their tape to the DJ, and then the DJ will play your music. And if people liked it, you went and bought the double cassette radio. And then once you bought the double cassette radio, you dubbed. You kept dubbing. It wasn't, you had to dub one tape at a time. So you dubbed that tape and you kept dubbing and dubbing and dubbing that tape until you sold that. So if you were to go back, old school and see how it was done, you would shut the fuck up. The same way y'all trying to do it now on the internet, they did it without the internet. They sold their music to people personally. And this is what you guys are trying to do now. All you got to do is some freaking research. Now, when we get to people like one of the forefathers, like Curtis Blow, people don't understand. You know, it wasn't just party music. You would have to be a Curtis Blow fan to know that they spoke upon real issues also. It was not just party music. And then he gets down with his man named Russell Simmons. You understand what I'm saying? When he was just playing on Russell Simmons. And then that's something they claiming that hip hop our pioneers didn't do nothing, but it came Russell. And then what happened after Russell? Okay. Now let's go back to another founder, Bambaataa. People go, oh, Bambaataa. Bam, they can say what they want. But what came out of Bambaataa? What came out of Bambaataa for us not to have done nothing? Bambaataa brought out what is the name of my boys? Damn it. He brought out shit. Once is I can see their faces. Oh man, time to go. Yeah, we're gonna go full circle. That's what we're gonna do. What is the name of the group? I'm gonna tell you right now. Let me tell y'all, because y'all gonna stop playing with me. Stop playing. Mr. Akademiks don't know shit. He don't know nothing. He can't even tell you none of the stuff that I'm telling you. The Jungle Brothers, right? Even though it was more people that came out of Bambaataa's camp, but I just want to show you something. He brought out the Jungle Brothers. Remember, the guy in the Jungle Brothers is Baby Bam, right? And out of the Jungle Brothers come who? Out of the Jungle Brothers come who? Come on, guys, let's go, let's go, let's go. Out of the Jungle Brothers come who? Tribe Called Quest. Out of Tribe Called Quest, we got Pluck 1, Pluck 2, Pluck 3, which is also known as the Native Tongues, right? So hip hop, it wasn't just it was all about not KRS-One. We didn't even get to KRS-One yet. I'm just telling you down the line who came down the line, because they claim that they never did nothing for the younger people. And I'm trying to explain, yes, they have. I'm gonna get to KRS-One in a second. But it was who you knew. It was who you knew and who you could get close to, right? We didn't even get the Cool G Rap because he's talking about the pioneers. So the pioneers will consist of Bam, Russell. Russell's not really a pioneer, but he's a pioneer. Curtis Blow. And one person in particular who changed hip hop. People forget about the Treacherous Three. And the Treacherous Three is what birthed Kumo D. Kumo D, which is one of the founders, changed hip hop forever. Kool Herc was more of a DJ. He wasn't really a artist. Okay? People forget that Kumo D was a college graduate. People forget that Kumo, see, back then, if you wanted that spot, you had to go get that spot. You had to go get that spot. But y'all wouldn't know. Y'all wouldn't know about that because y'all studio people. You can't compare studio people against street people. And hip hop in the beginning was street. You want that microphone, baby? You better meet me outside at lunchtime or wherever. Okay? So we got Kumo D, who sat there, and what did he spawn? Number one, because of Kumo D, we now have what you call battle rap. We got what you call battle rap. Even though Curtis Blow did it, but Kumo D was there too. Kumo D is the one who changed rap history forever, right? And then Kumo D brought in lyricism. He brought in lyricism. He brought in the entendres. He brought in the double and triple entendres that we hear today. He also brought intelligence in there. Kumo D, who will be Kumo D babies? Kumo D babies will be a Big Daddy Kane. A Kumo D baby will be a Eric B. A Kumo D baby will be Jay-Z. Them are all Kumo D babies. See, shut up, academics. Shut up. Shut up. Full Force did a hell of a lot because they produced a lot of stuff. But we're talking about the early 70s. And even when Kumo D was with the Treacherous Three, if you ever go back and listen to some of the stuff that Kumo D be saying, it's the same shit today. It's the same shit today. And he spoke upon it in the 70s where hip hop was going. He said that in the 70s. And let me tell you, I can't find that song, but I will catch a copyright strike so y'all can hear that song. Y'all can be like, oh shit, he said this in the 70s? And Melly Mel too. But Melly Mel didn't change the game, really. He didn't change the game. But they tried it. And Grandmaster Cass, people talk about, well, he didn't teach us nothing. Do you know how much money Grandmaster Cass didn't get off? That was his whole fucking verse and the Sugar Delights and the Sugar Records, right? Now let's do a little back history on Sugar Hill Records, right? Let's do a little back history. Oh, Nicole, I got to get my nuts and my grapefruit juice. Sugar Hill Records started from who? Sugar Hill Records started from who? Right? Sugar Hill Records started from who? They said she was the first one. I gave you a clue. She was the first one. Right? This man pissed me off because he doesn't know the history. People don't, okay, Rapper's Delight. But remember, it was more people on Sugar Hill Records. Kumo D was one of them. But who started Sugar Hill Records? I'll wait. She is the queen. Where's my ginger ale? Somebody send me a ginger ale soda, please. Send me a ginger ale soda. Send it to me now. Send me a ginger ale soda. Whoever sent the ginger ale soda to me, thank you so much. I got it. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. But I know I be touching stuff. I had to go find my soda. But this will not be the ginger ale. This will be my strawberry lemonade, which is, I know how I feel about my ginger ale, my strawberry lemonade. Shirley Robinson. Y'all look it up, right? Do y'all know? I guarantee you, y'all know who she is, but y'all really don't know who she is. But y'all know who she is. Y'all know who she is. Y'all even know her songs. So you can never say the old school don't connect. Yeah, Sylvia Robinson. Y'all can never say the old school don't connect with the new school. Because Sylvia Robinson is old school. Remember that song, Pillow Talk? Remember how Pillow Talk and Love is Strange? Yeah, that's the same Sylvia Robinson, baby. That's the same Sylvia Robinson. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes, ma'am. And then they say, oh, hip hop, the pioneer that teach you nothing. So Andre Harrell, he didn't do Uptown Records and well, Uptown Records. He's not like people didn't come through Andre Harrell. Are you fucking serious, you dumbass? I might not get no. I might get. They might tell me you can't mind. I don't give a damn. Cause this man pissed me off, and nobody's telling the truth. Nobody's telling the absolute truth. And I don't mean no harm to my East Coast people, my Midwest people, or my Southern people. I have to, they said forefathers. None of you guys are the forefathers. None of you guys have nothing to do with the forefathers. None of you guys have nothing to do with it. You guys may have came in early. You guys have a story. But this young man is talking about the forefathers. So I'm trying to see how through them was nobody else put on. People were put on. But it was how they didn't. What they didn't understand was it was about that fucking microphone. That's how you got put on through the microphone, through people hearing you. That's how you got put on. Nobody didn't take nobody's hand and say, "Hey, you know how to rap." No, you had to get your ass outside with everybody else and rap in front of everybody. That's how you got put on. That's how when people heard what you had to say, then they spoke to you. No, young blood, you do it like this or you do it like that. Even when Big Daddy came out, Dougie Fresh pulled his coattail. Was like, nah, man, when you do your show, make sure you put some movement in your show. Make sure the people like Pete that we have always looked out for each other. And you got people going, yeah, we love. No, we do like y'all. Y'all our offspring. How do we not like y'all? How do we not like our offspring? Y'all our offspring. Of course we like you guys. But y'all keep talking about us. We got every right to say we don't like something. The same way you. Let me tell you something. That's another part of hip hop. You didn't know that? That's another. Where my New York people at? Do you know when it started out from your corner into the next corner? We always had to prove ourselves. That's what the freak hip hop is. That fucking microphone and proving yourself on the microphone. Nobody gave nobody love just like that. So when I hear, don't get mad at me, my Atlanta people or my dirty South people. Well, New York, New York ain't never show nobody love. They didn't never show themselves no love. It was always about showing proof. It was about that microphone. It wasn't, oh, because you're rhyming, I have to like you. No, that's not how it went down. It's what can you do on that mic. It wasn't about your ad libs. It wasn't about the beat of the song. It wasn't how good your producer is. It was about what can you do on that microphone. 2 turntables and the mic. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, tell a story, Corey. No, we don't have to like you because you're rhyming. That's not how New York was brought up. That's not how we were brought up. I'm sorry. And then you got the West Coast. Oh, people keep wanting New York. We don't know how to do that. Because New York was all about you and the microphone. That's why when Snoop Dogg hit that mic, we love Snoop Dogg automatically. It ain't because Snoop Dogg was nasty on that mic. Are you serious? All we care about is you and the microphone. That's why when Snoop Dogg said, well, New York don't love Snoop, you heard us all say, yes, we do. Because he was him and that microphone. It didn't matter if Snoop Dogg was from the West Coast. It was about what Snoop was doing on that mic. Okay? When we got trickled down from New York, and then the guys from Philly started hitting that microphone, and the guys from New Jersey started hitting that microphone, baby. It was about the microphone. It wasn't, well, New York don't show us no love. That's not how it goes. So you got the rap game twisted. Even if you didn't battle, it's not all about the battle. Because you didn't have to battle anybody to be nice on that mic. And that's what y'all don't want to hear, because y'all don't want to take the time out and rock that microphone. Y'all want to rock that money. Y'all want to throw money in people's face. Y'all want to throw cars. Baby, it was nothing but you and the mic. And if that's why people give what's his name? God damn it, whatever that rapper name is we got out now. That's why we give him J. Cole. We give him respect because what he do with that mic. And that other guy, he from Cali. Help me out with the name. He's from Cali. How can I forget his name? I don't understand how I'm forgetting his name, but he know I love him. But it's about that mic. And T.I., he always whining about New York. Why are you whining about New York, T.I.? We only care about the microphone. That's all New York care about is what you going to do with that damn mic. Roxanne Shante. Do you know how many people came through Roxanne Shante? Even though it was a couple of, baby, them females we had back in the days wasn't no joke. Wasn't no joke at all. And Big Daddy, well, Bismarck played a big part. He played a big part. But that still comes through Marley Marl. So Shantae comes out of Marley Marl, which is another one of our pioneers. But again, to get on, they're not going to put you on until they can see what you could do with the mic. And once hip hop spread it so much, how can the pioneers help you? Tell me, how can the pioneers help you when it spread it so much? So it spread it around the 50 states and abroad. So if it spread it so much, what do you want the pioneers to do? They say they never put nobody on. They never told us the game, and people still getting robbed. Let me tell you something. They already told you they've been robbed. How many times do you need the pioneers to tell you that? But the pioneers don't write the contracts. See, what y'all failing to realize is the company is the one who write out the contracts. I can tell you how much I want to tell you about the contracts. And I can also tell you what they're going to do and how much you're going to make. But see, when they step to you with the contract, they're going to spoil you with things first to get you to sign. So now you're going to forget what I told you, because everybody gets screwed, and nobody could tell you, okay, you know what your worth is. You don't sign until you get, no, baby, that's not how it go. When that corporation writes that contract, this is what you're getting. Period. It's up to you. It's up to you to sign the contract. And they know for a fact it doesn't matter how much information that you have. Nobody else is going to give you a contract. If you want to get into this game, you have to you have to sign this contract. It doesn't matter how much a pioneer have told you, that they don't write the contracts. The people who write the contract is the one that con your ass to do the contract. We want. They have told you the contracts are fucked up. But how else are you going to get in the game? You cannot blame the pioneers for that. You cannot. That's just like every boy band. Well, you know what? We're gonna blame New Edition. New Edition told you they went home with like $1 and change, and they went all over the world, right? Now the same thing turned around and happened to a lot of artists. Remember, it was artists before. It was always groups before New Edition, but they for them to get into the game, you have to sign a fucked up contract. It is what it is. Because it's not about you getting money, it's about the companies getting the money. It's about the machine getting the money. The pioneers, whoever, you could give them all the info you want to. That has nothing to do with the contract for you to get in the door. For you to get in the door, and I'm quite sure they told you this, to get in the door, you know you're going to get jerked, right? To get in the door, you know you got to sell a 360. You know this shit already. First of all, the Sugar Hill game got played out because they didn't study Sylvia Robinson. Sylvia Robinson is a older performer. Why do I hear this noise? Well, exactly. Everybody's going to get a fucked up contract. It is what it is. Everybody's going to get a fucked up contract. I don't care how much information you have. What's up, Shantae? I don't give a fuck how much information you have. I don't care how good people put you on. You're going to still get a fucked up contract. But let's go back to for him saying that nobody came out of hip hop. He changed it and said they never put nobody on. They never put nobody on. So I'm trying to explain to you, we got Don Cheadle, we got Blair Underwood, we have Sheila E., we have Martin Lawrence, and we have a lot of people that's still working today that came from out of hip hop. They came out of hip hop. And in their early days, like it wasn't for like, even though it was Salt and Pepper, wasn't for Kid and Play, we wouldn't know who Martin Lawrence is. We wouldn't know how funny Martin Lawrence is if he was not put in House Party Movies. We not even on. We're not going. We only sticking with the pioneers. Then we can move forward. But enough, I get so sick and tired of people dogging New York. I'm like, y'all haven't studied the game. That's why y'all dog New York, because y'all ain't studied the game. New York is not about, oh my God, let me help you. No, New York ain't about showing people love. No, they want to see what you can do on that microphone. That's all New York care about. Either you're gonna party and you're gonna dance, or if you want, but once you touch that microphone, then we're gonna see who you want. You gotta touch the microphone. Once you touch that mic, like I said, that's why Snoop Dogg and what you call it get so much respect. What's his name? Uh um damn. The guy who was with Snoop Dogg, the guy who was with shit, that got me talking their name. Mm, mm. I hate to see their face and can't think of their name, but he was down with the with Easy E and the one who wrote the music. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Even he started making movies and stuff. That came out Ice Cube. That came Ice Cube. That's why they get respect, because it was about what they did on the microphone. When Philadelphia got it, And then we had my man from not Dr. Dre, he did more producing and what you call it, wrote his music. Ice Cube wrote his music. And Black Thought and all the rest of them people came out of Philly. You didn't hear them crying why New York don't give them no respect. You know why? Because they knew what New York was about. They knew New York was about picking up that microphone. Okay? When them guys from Jersey came out, you ain't hear Redman and Tretch. You didn't hear none of them people from New Jersey. Do I do and the rest of them. You didn't hear none of them crying about New York because they knew what New York was about. New York was about picking up that microphone. That's all we care about. What you gonna do on that mic? I'll be like, T.I., shut up. T.I., just pick up the mic. Because, see, that's how we did it. And LL Cool J is the best person to talk about it. Why? Because when Kumo D was out, who remember? When Kumo D was out and Kumo D took his shot at LL, it showed you two different things. It showed you that the older people still got it, and the new people need to pick up their microphone and come with something better. You understand what I'm saying? When Kumo D and LL was going at it, and Kumo D said, let me school LL. And LL was like, F that. But instead of LL complaining, oh my God, the elders don't like us. Kumo D don't like me. He picked up that microphone. See, this is why y'all young folks is mad. And this is this is why LL can talk shit. Because everything you talking about, LL was in the position. LL had to go against the older people too. But instead of him crying about the older people, he picked up that mic. So why you younger folks, why y'all don't pick up the mic the same way we did and go after your elders? LL did it. LL did it. LL picked up that mic and went right back after Kumo D. Stop playing with me. He didn't sit back and tell everybody, well, Kumo D don't understand me. Boo-hoo. Kumo D don't understand me. He talking about me. He don't show me love. LL picked up that microphone. Come on, Mama said knock you out, Jack the Ripper. All of that was for Kumo D. Stop playing with me. All of that was for Kumo, even though Kumo D did some more terrible, terrible stuff. Like lyrically, Kumo D won. Lyrically, Kumo D won. But I'm just saying though, LL has been in some of every predicament where he can say what he say. We don't care. That's like when E40 came out, we gave E40 mad respect. Not because we gave him respect because of what he did with that microphone. See, y'all gotta understand New York. New York, we only care about that mic. All that other bullshit y'all be talking, New York ain't about that. We not about that. It ain't like we dislike you because you're not from New York. It's not that. We want to see what you're going to do with that mic. That's how you impress us. What you do with that mic. But y'all want us to stop. It's already in us. We don't, especially the older folks. We don't seen too many battles on the corner when people wasn't making no money. We seen too much. We seen how heated it can get. We seen people jaws drop when people were spitting. You understand what I'm saying? We didn't see all this bullshit y'all crying over today. We didn't see that. We just see, oh shit. Well, you know what? They got it this week, So I'm gonna come back next week with this rhyme. And you know what they did? They went home and they wrote some more rhymes. When when Rakim first came out, Rakim was like, damn, Kumo D did this. So let me up the ante. See, that's the problem. You guys can't up the ante. Rakim like, damn, Kumo D got these lyrics and he doing all of this and he doing all of that. Rakim say, so I'ma take the baton. See, it's about taking the baton and knowing what to do with it. Rakim knew what to do with it. When Big Daddy Kane took the baton, Big Daddy Kane knew what to do with it. See, you guys didn't want to take the baton and y'all want to claim that we dropped the ball. Bullshit. We did not drop the ball. We passed the baton. It's now what you going to do with it. Biz with Cass too. Cass passed the, once you get a certain age, we gotta pass the baton. So you can watch what I do and learn. You gotta remember, because of Kumo D, we now, like I said, we have a Big Daddy Kane and a Jay-Z. But neither one gets props. Only person that gives props to Kumo D will be KRS-One, Chuck D, and Rakim. Because it wasn't for Kumo D, hip hop would be in a whole different place. Exactly. We passed the baton, but some did not want to pick it up. They didn't want to pick it up. They wanted us to put them on our lap and feed it. No, you want to get into this game. If you want to get in this game and you don't know how to get in the game, then you need to do it the way we did it back in the fucking days. Get out the freaking studio. Get out of the studio and perform. In every area, they got events, they got outings. Y'all could be like us. Shit. We plugged the daggone, we didn't have electricity outside. They plugged they had a bunch of extension cords. They plugged the fucking speaker up to the damn extension cords, and then they played their music. That's how your music got out. That's how you got on. Was like, oh man, I keep making this music. No, they made sure people hear them. They made sure light pole, exactly, on the light pole. You had to make sure you got heard. Why? Because maybe somebody might tape you. It's different when somebody tapes you and puts you on the internet compared to when you do it. When somebody else do it, that means somebody else liked what you did that much. I'm going to put you on my page. That's how stuff go viral. But sometimes you got to use the old school methods. And stop bitching about New York all the time. That shit drives me crazy. I'm like, stop it. Because that's not what it's all about. It's not about bitching. It's about people showing you love. You had to go get your respect. You and that microphone had to go and get your respect. That's what you got to do today. Go and get it. Stop bitching. Y'all making more money than what they can ever think of. Because it wasn't no money in hip hop in the beginning. It wasn't no money. They gave you a couple of things coming from people who never had nothing. We never had nothing. Like I said, we had to live through two things. Two things changed hip hop. When it was burning up New York City, especially the Bronx, they were burning the buildings up for insurance fraud. They wanted to get us out of here. So they was burning up the ghetto. And they was collecting the insurance money. So we had to live with around a bunch of burnt ass buildings. Rap came out of that. Okay? And then one other thing, but let this play, because this man don't know what the fuck he talking about. And I'm tired of people sitting up there agreeing with bullshit. You're agreeing with dumb shit. Stop it. Stop it. If you don't like what we say, do what we did back in the day. Come back with a better rhyme. Come back with a better rhyme.
Why isn't rowing a thing? Maybe it just needs better lighting and some music. A little.
Give me 1 second. Now, if you guys remember hip hop came out. Hey, truly, baby. Hip hop came out of doo-wop and disco. Doo-wop and disco. Right? We just shut disco all the way down. But the concept of hip hop, condo paid for no car payment. Exactly. Now, doo-wop, because doo-wop started on the street. Doo-wop started on the street. Hip hop started from the street. Hip hop started from the park. In the park. We just said F everybody music. We took we took our mama's oh my God. We took our mama's turntables. We took our mama radio player, right? Yeah. We took our mamas. Well, they took their mamas. Well, no, because you got to remember, in the beginning of hip hop, you got the famous people, and then you got the everyday people, the people who made it, and then you got the everyday people, right? Funky 4+1, you got that right. It's Funky 4+1. You're forgetting the +1. The +1 was Shala Rock, right? But you got to remember We all did the same thing. We all did the same thing. Let me just tell you, in the beginning, we all did the same exact thing. We all played music outside. We all had a DJ. So not it wasn't just the pioneers. We all did that anyway. This is what we did. Let me correct that. Because y'all can say all the DJs y'all want to, but back in the days, everybody had a DJ. Because that's what we did. We went outside, and regardless of where you at, if that was your park, then you took your stereos outside and your mama's record player, and you learned how to scratch, and you blended the beats, you blended the records. This is something that we all did. That's the part people forgetting. It's not like we got famous DJs. No, these particular DJs just so happened Grandmaster Flash and the rest of them became famous. But if you were in New York back in the days, we all had a DJ. We always had somebody playing at a party. The party was outside. So it wasn't just Grandmaster Flash. It was, I don't care what borough you were in, we all had a DJ. So we didn't have to just say Grandmaster. He wasn't DJing for us. You know what I'm saying? Grandmaster Flash he wasn't our DJ. He was their DJ. We all had our own DJ, depending on where you live. Everybody came outside to a DJ. So when we hear, like, even when they go Kool Herc, he wasn't our DJ. He just bought the stuff outside. But guess what? They bought the music outside where I live at too. So it wasn't like, okay, start in the Bronx. No, we all had DJs. It's just that y'all got recognized in the Bronx. But do you hear the other boroughs whining? No, they're not like that. No, Brooklyn had their DJs, Queens had their DJs, Long Island, everybody had a freaking DJ. It is what it is. Kool Herc wasn't our DJ. A lot of people in the boroughs never even heard Kool Herc. But they throw that name in like we supposed to be like, yeah. No, sorry. That's not how it went. His DJing just got more famous. But we had our DJs too. Queens everybody had their DJs. Because we like the party. Because they done burned up the whole New York. They done burnt it up. We ain't got nothing. And we just found, we used to like bands and stuff back in the days. So we used to take their music and just scratch it up and make it faster, make it slower. Then we decided to put somebody on the mic. So we don't have to all say Kool Herc. He wasn't our DJ. He wasn't on the radio. And the other people in other parts of New York, he wasn't our DJ. He was their DJ. Now let's keep it going. Because y'all need to know these things. Because everybody eating off the community. Okay. In 1979, the disco era just ending. There's a new sound emerging out of New York block parties. As local, you see the word local, MCs began rhyming over funk and disco records. You see that? Local MCs.
think I'm everywhere. Just throw your hands up in the air and party hard like I just don't care. Let's do it. Don't stop, y'all. Clap your hands, everybody, if you got what it takes. Cause I'm Curtis Blow, and I want you to know that these are the words.
Now, Curtis Blow, the first man to do it. The first man to do it. This man right here. Even though that might not be platinum, but Curtis Blow is what put hip hop on the map. But do anybody give Curtis Blow his props? Nope. No. He is the one that put hip hop on the map. He is the first one who got the money, the endorsements. And baby, I would never forget where I was at when that song came out. I was right in the Bronx, right? And then the building, half of the building lights cut off. And I remember when we had to take the plug and we had to put it into the hallways back in the days, depending on where you're from, had a plug, extension plug. And we stuck the plug in there. As soon as we cut on the music, that was the first song that was played that day. We were like, oh shit, clap your hands, everybody. And you couldn't tell us nothing. You couldn't tell us nothing. Let's not forget AJ. See, these little people be playing with us older folks, talking about what we ain't do. New York ain't gonna do it. New York, it's not in New York to do it. New York, we know we not. We not. And we can give you all the game we want to. You knowing the game and you signing a contract is two different things. Because you can't go there thinking that you smarter than the person that's giving you the contract. And you can't say the Pioneers could have done something. They ain't got no money. They didn't get no money, and they aged out. Most of them got diabetes and stuff now. Stop it. And then, who was it who said they all became drug addicts? They all washed out and they drug addicts. First of all, before I get into this, let's say that's true. Just like people who came out of the war and people were like, oh, them are two different things. Yes, they are two different things. So you do not have to correct me. What I'm saying is that once they came out of it and certain things happened to them, a lot of them turned to drugs and stuff, right? The same thing will go for the Pioneers if they are on drugs, referring to the Pioneers. Because can you imagine? Yeah. Can you imagine getting paid no money? Can you imagine your contribution? And they just said, F your contribution. You get no more money. And now you left in the cold. But then you see every artist that you see is, like I said, Curtis Blow gave you the blueprint. Curtis Blow, people think that Jay-Z, no, Curtis Blow gave you the blueprint. But can you imagine not having nothing and nobody wants you because you aged? To see all these people making money? That, you think that would probably be a reason why they started drinking and smoking? That's because that would kind of depress somebody now, wouldn't it? That's exactly right. That would kind of depress somebody. But like I said, Curtis Blow is the blueprint. He is the blueprint. Remember, him and Russell was close. But he was out before then, so it wasn't no Def Jam. So Curtis Blow couldn't sign the Def Jam. But him and Russell still remain really close friends. And then Russell, he passed the baton to Russell. See how that go? Yeah, I got rich off it. And then he passed, hey, Russ, take this baton. Let's see what you do with it. And then Russell Simmons took the baton from Curtis Blow and gave it to his brother. So he said, he said, yo, run. This baton is from Curtis Blow. What you gonna do with it? So he went and got his two friends. They became Run DMC. Because you gotta remember, Grandmaster Flash, all of them are still out. But they didn't make the money that Curtis Blow made. They didn't get the endorsements that Curtis Blow got. They didn't move to LA like Curtis Blow did. They didn't have the gold chains on and stuff like Curtis Blow did. So Curtis Blow was already showing you the blueprint. This is how you should look. And then Curtis Blow, Kumo D, and Chuck D is crazy. They had to get them three out. You know why? Because their voices were masculine. Their voices brought masculinity to the game. See, the people that we don't see, the motor behind it, the business side, they knew they was going to dumb down hip hop. They dumbed down. Let me tell you something. They told Kumo D, and it's the first person. They told Kumo D, no, your song, you got to dumb down your song. The lyrics are too educational. They told the man, this is a college graduate, they told him he had to dumb down his music to get put on the radio. And that's when he made Go See the Doctor. And he said he didn't even have to think about it, but his voice. Anytime you see like these young kids and they doing a reaction video, I have not seen not one person, one kid who did a reaction video, especially when they play Self-Destruction. The minute they hear Kumo D's voice, every last one of them stop. And they go, who is that? Because his voice is very commanding. Curtis Blow's voice is very commanding. They're not used to that in hip hop. They're not used to a commanding voice. Chuck D has a commanding voice. I command. Ah! You hear that? Rah! Oh, one for the trouble, two for the time. See, that's what MCs was about. Commanding the microphone. And every single time they stop at Kumo D, the young folks, like they get real scared. And they go, who is that? Y'all gotta check some of these reaction videos where they go and play old school videos to see the difference. And every last one stop at Kumo D because his voice is so commanding. They get scared, like, oh shit. So they had to hurry up and shut up Kumo D, Curtis Blow, and sort of kind of Chuck D, because their voice is very commanding. And that means people might do what they say. People just might do what they tell them to do because they have a voice that means I command. They're like, well, yes, sir. Sometimes Chuck D be speaking, you like, yes, daddy. You make, oh, yes, okay, I'm sorry. That's the type of voice they had. Other old school pioneers include African Bavada, correct. Spoonie G, correct. Treacherous 3, correct. Funky 4 plus 1, correct. Busy Bee Skarsky, correct. The Cold Crush Brothers, correct. And Grandmaster Flash. Now, besides Mr. Africa Bambaataa, you will have to show me where the rest of these people is on drugs. You would have to show me, first of all, Kumo D had until today, still do lectures and still teach you the game. But none of them new folks have been there. They don't know about the game because they never checked them out. Old school hip hop is considered from 79 to 84. The rhyming techniques are simple and the subject matters vary from pure fun to social relevance. Now you have to remember, it's not the fact that it's simple. It's the fact is it wasn't about the artist. It was about the DJ. So of course it's going to be simple because their job was to rock the party. It wasn't about the DJ then. It was about the artist, was about the DJ. So why wouldn't it be simple? All you're doing is telling them throw your hands in the air and party like you just don't care. That was their job. Let's go.
Don't push me, cause I'm close to the edge, and I'm trying not to lose my head. It's like a jungle sometimes, it makes me wonder how I keep from going under. You know, he's the joy.
The word hip hop.
Oh my God, that was my check. That was my check. That was my check. And this is Busy Bee.
Like 1978. And that came from Keith Cowboy. He was a member of the Grandmaster Flash Furious 5. Hip hop and don't stop, you know, and left, right, hip hop, don't stop.
The body rock. That shocks that funky beat. The
That
body
was my
rock.
shit,
It makes the beat complete. We're gonna rock.
The body, rock the body, rock. That's come on, Dave.
Ladies and gentlemen, I like
That was my check. Hold up. I'm sorry. Well, not Kumo D, but it was Kumo D. But it was a Treacherous 3. I still run that song today. Rock the body, rock the body. I gotta play that song again. Shut up. Y'all gonna like it too. Here we go.
Makes the beat complete. We're gonna rock the body, rock the body, rock the body.
Ladies and gentlemen, I like to introduce myself. Mixing and scratching is the name of the game.
Hey.
Rock the body, rock the body, rock the body. Sunshine, what's it gonna be? The body rock from the bottom to the T.O.P.
Hey.
Get on up,
Hey.
on the scene.
Hey.
Get on up, like a sex
We
machine.
having a party in here. Who remember that woman here people at? Street dances, bebop. That's the hell I'm talking about, baby. This is what hip hop was. See the party? Couldn't tell me nothing. Goddamn it.
A fly girl,
Fly girl.
fly girl,
Hey.
fly girl.
Hey. Who remember these things now? Nucleus, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all popping right now. I'm locking popping right now. Y'all just can't see it. Shabba-doo. Rest in peace. They're gonna dance anyway. Now, I will say, it's sad that that element for Black people and Hispanic people, that element is not for us anymore. We let everybody else come with that element. Where we stopped doing that element and we took the dance out of hip hop and we replaced it with cars, jewelry, and that holding the money up to your hand. We took that element out. But everybody else still does that element. Because that element, exactly, them Asians got that sucker. And it's a shame. That's a shame that everybody else, but mainly the Asians, truly is 125% right. They are now making a living. They are now going on competition shows. Like, have you ever seen them on competition shows and stuff like that? They're doing our art, which we don't do no more. We don't do it no more. That's how Jermaine Dupri, and people talk about the early hip hop didn't do shit. Then how the hell did Jermaine Dupri get here? Jermaine Dupri was taken under the wings of Houdini. And then they said we got the Dirty South, that trap music. Hello, Houdini, the song Cause I'm a Hoe, that would be considered trap music. If you listen to the beat, that came from Houdini. They wouldn't know that though, but that beat came from Houdini. But it's a shame. A lot of others are getting rich now because we don't want to dance no more. We don't want to dance no more. We just want to sit up there and show you a bunch of people names on my clothes, like Bisca, Balenciaga, whatever the hell. Like we want to promote people clothes. We want to promote people's shoes. We want to promote everything but the art. They don't want to promote the art. Then you want to tell me your video is art? No, the fuck is not. It's not hip hop art. It's expression. And then they try to get on the clothes that the Furious Five used to wear. That's because it came out of disco, dummy. They came out of disco. They wasn't artists yet. So what clothes were they supposed to put on? They told them to put on these clothes. Because when you caught them outside, they didn't have them clothes on outside. But in order to perform, this is what they told them. Because remember, we don't know what to wear yet. We're not on TV. How the hell we know what to wear? Exactly. Now we're going to finish with this.
There's a number one staying on the trade.
Hey, body moving.
Crush, grooving, body moving.
They don't even give the fat boys no props. Oh, hungry. Oh, hungry. Again, I told you, Shelly E. I told you we're going to see Blair Underwood. Now remember, these people are still working today. And y'all going to see Chris Rock. Chris Rock is in this movie too. Stop playing.
Darkness falls across the land.
Nigga, I'm Fred Lady T.
what you wanna do. Do you feel some beat?
Good feel. Hey, little shit.
Hot stick 'em.
Ow.
This is Doug E. Fresh. I am the architect of what you call the beatbox.
No. Okay. By the mid 1980s, the sound of hip hop is transitioning from old school to new school. The sounds are more aggressive, and new school artists are being known for their delivery and a lyrical content, which they forget to say what Kumo D brought to the game: delivery and lyrical content. Well, let's go. For you. Fresh.
See the floor, I step on stage.
At La Fade, all people say they want my page.
And out of speakers, I pull to more than that. I excel.
They all fell.
Gonna sell double almost
Rock the bell.
Marvin how to be a real.
Okay, in 1986, Def Jam Records released the Beastie Boys. I can't play all the songs. I'm not getting on the copyright strikes. I am not. Look at Shabba do. Cause no one does it better. No stopping.
No playing games. No one does it better. No one does it better.
Now you see what Shabba do and all the Sugar, were they the first to do the movies? I believe Wild Style was the first movie. If I'm not mistaken, Wild Style was the first. The record label changed the artist, yes. But for him to say the pioneers never done nothing, my job is to show you, yes, the hell they did. Forget about telling you they wouldn't have a job. I have to show you. I have to show you where the pioneers have changed the game for you to be here. Because you wouldn't be here if it wasn't coming from, just like you got the Most Def, the Talib Kweli's, and you got all of them, right? The Most Def, Common, because even though Common is from Chicago, his family is in New York. So Common got his game when he used to come to New York. Now, if you didn't have Bambaataa, which they're not going to explain to you, but if you didn't have Bambaataa, you wouldn't have them. Because, and remember, like the Poor Righteous Teachers and them, you got to remember, take away Bambaataa, but out of Bambaataa brought you Tribe Called Quest. Tribe Called Quest brought you De La Soul. I mean, the Jungle Brothers. The Jungle Brothers got you Tribe Called Quest. Tribe Called Quest get you De La Soul. So their whole rapping is different, right? They different, and they talk about other stuff. So Most Def and Talib and all of them will fall under the Jungle Brothers. They will fall under the Jungle Brothers. See how the baton is passed? But you would never hear, or I've never heard, you won't hear Talib and them all say, hey, thank you, Jungle Brothers. Thank you for, rapping about other stuff. You won't hear that. But then you're going to say they don't get no love. They never show love. But in all reality, you got it from somebody. They were not, all of that's Jungle Brothers. That's Jungle Brothers type of music. Jungle Brothers. Then nobody sits up there and say, Well, you know what? I reached out to the Jungle Brothers and they didn't show us no love. I've never heard it. I've never heard anybody say, yo, but probably drop for a quest because my man be on his bullshit sometime. But again, they may not be the forefathers, but of that style of rap, they will be the forefathers. Like with the Jim Browski and don't forget the Jungle Brothers, even they did hip hop and they did house music. The Jungle Brothers was on the road to the point that Tribe Called Quest came right under them. Right under them. De La Soul came right under them. And then we got the Black Thoughts and everything else that comes after them. So the pioneer of that will be Bambaataa down. Remember, he had other people. But for that type of Docs effect with the fast rap, I don't know if it comes out of there. I don't know if it comes from the Jungle Brothers. I don't know. Okay, let me keep this going. Because I'm not gonna get back and forth to let me finish now.
Check this out.
Boy, they gonna hit me with some strikes today. And copyrights and everything. I'm in so much trouble, but Akademiks pissed me off. Hopefully somebody come across this video and stay off us New York people and shit. Now we're gonna check this out.
Like the way we used to do it back in the days, just like grab the record and do a little like.
Sorry you can't hear it, but that's him. Sorry if you can't hear it, but that's their audio. But just learn what they're saying. Now you see how they burnt up the Bronx? Let me rewind it.
First, a lot of people thought it was going to be crazy. They said, "What's this type of music you're making? What's this hippity hoppity stuff?" This is our sound.
I just hope that they remember where it came from.
That was my song too. Now you see the conditions. Hip hop came out of Bronx looking like that. That's what we had to live in, guys.
Mid-70s, when street gangs in the Bronx got tired of beating each other down and breaking heads and decided to channel that energy into something more creative. That began a battle for musical supremacy. Everybody,
Oh my God, there was days, boy. Oh my God.
They say I gave a party, a big super party was 1975 in Las Vegas Center, and I didn't have to worry about packing it up because all the street gangs was all part of my family. So once the word was out, all the gangs came from buses, others would come in cars, taxis, and mopeds. It was wild and exciting. When they heard the beat coming on and the crowd started screaming and the girls started getting down,
That's it.
Started getting wild, it was live and funky.
Man, these kids think mama didn't have no fun back in the days. God damn, they wrong. They think us old folks did not have. See how we have fun? We had fun. That is hip hop. We just cut on the music really loud and bam. They keep thinking we ain't had no fun. You crazy? You think we started hip hop? What do you mean we didn't have no fun? Damn it, we had plenty of fun. This video taking me back. It's taking me back. God damn it, it's taking me back. It's taking me back. Now let's go. I'm happy. I'm happy and I know it. Clap my hands.
We play wherever we can get electricity from. You can be on the corner.
Thank
We'll
you.
play on the corner.
See?
We get electricity in the middle of the block. We'll play, you know, everybody plug their stuff up.
The people here love the way I run my game. They can't wait to see me make the Hall of Fame. Busy B is my name, and that's a fact. And you can't beat that with a stick. Far back.
It started out first about boosting about yourself. Just calling me as Gun Hill. Myself, my area was like 138th Street, Cypress Avenue, up to Gun Hill. So it's like we all had our territories. We all had to respect each other.
Now, that brings up a point that I was making. And this is the part that people forget. People forget that it was block parties everywhere. That's what we did. But we assume that it was just in the Bronx. Well, not we assume. The people assume it's just from the Bronx. But Manhattan had their style and their type of black parties. Queens had their style and their type of black parties. All of the DJs, they all cut and scratched. So I don't know where they get like it just came from the Bronx. No, it just did not come from the Bronx. Cause we all did it. Now I keep telling y'all, something happened between 1975 or 1979. Something happened that changed, that made hip hop change for the better. If you live in New York, you should know the answer. If not, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I wish I could show it to you, but I can't show it to you. But I give you the answer. That's right, out the light post, baby. We ain't play when we was young. Shit, we ain't play. We need a escape, and hip hop was our escape. And hearing our mothers, our fathers, and uncles' music and cutting it up and making it ours. Oh my gosh, you don't know how that felt.
I didn't like the complete records that were out there. It was like it was always our best part of a great record. And that's what I actually concentrated on. You know, going to the intro of that record and keep it going. Going to the intro and keep it going. We took those small sections of the record and cut it back and forth and extended it to like maybe a 15, 20-minute segment. And in turn, the rappers would just rap over it. So that's where, we got the term, rapping over the various beats. It was like, just like the natives playing on the drums, but we found our own drums to play with, and we call them turntables. And this is part two, what we used to do, and it goes a little something like.
Hey! Hey! Cutting and scratching letters.
We always recorded what we did, and with the recording of the cassette, it started switching into Manhattan, into Queens, into other parts of the tri-state area.
Isn't that what I just said? Look at my man Kumo D. Isn't that what I just said earlier? We were independent without knowing that we were independent. What these artists is trying to go independent today, but in all reality, we were independent already. We just didn't know that. We didn't know. We didn't know. We knew how to sell it. We knew how to get the music spread around. But we thought we needed the machine to really get us out there. So getting a machine involved in hip hop, yes, it did rush the process because it would have been a slow process if it wasn't for like Mr. Magic playing it on the radio stations and other people. Can you imagine if we didn't get the machine involved? When was you guys was supposed to get hip hop? Exactly. If we it's bad that the machine got involved with it, but we always had hip hop, right? Because it's from us. If it wasn't for the machine, what would the rest of you guys be doing? What music would you guys be playing? You understand what I'm saying? If y'all didn't hear about hip hop, what would you guys be doing? We already had it, so we already happy. See, y'all can say what y'all want about New York, but y'all would have been happy. What music could have came out of your part of town? I mean, everybody had a chance to make music come from, but no, they chose to stick with the music that came from New York. Y'all didn't have to. Y'all did not have to. We were already happy. We was already dancing, break this. We already living a life. We're already watching the people with the microphone. We already see the action going. We didn't have to get invited to a party. It was right outside. All we had to do was go outside. And if you was on punishment and you couldn't go outside, you could watch it from your window. So you can watch it from your window or you can go outside. So the machine did spread it to you guys. But if it wasn't spread it to you guys, what would you be doing? Cause we loving it. We loving it. You know, you keep putting the key word in there, Corwin, and I'm waiting for you. That is part of the answer. You just don't know what I'm saying, Corwin. I keep saying something happened. I forgot what year. 75, 6, 7, 8, or 9. You're really close. Something happened. And that word you got there plays a big part of it. And you're going to answer that question because you're getting hot. You said Technique turntables. You said Kai samplers, electronics. So what happened? What happened to make that possible, Corey? I know you're going to come up with the answer. Okay. Something happened to make all of that happen. To make the samplers come out, the turntables, the speakers, especially the speakers, and the sampling. Something happened that changed hip hop and made it what it is today. And you're going to come up with the answer, Corbin, because you're so hot. You're so hot. You're so hot. And I know if you got Google, you should Google it really quick. Because you're naming everything. You're naming everything, but you forgot one thing. Maybe you should Google it real quick.
Myself and Busy B had like the most popular tape ever, I think, in terms of street, where we were basically, it was a rap contest, and everybody know who Busy B is #1. They're sad Busy B is #1, and Kumo D.
That motherfucker
happened to be there.
That motherfucker.
Everybody saying Busy B is #1. And so I just basically said a rhyme about him, and it was like a new way talking about the person, because Kumo D went at me with some rap, he snapped on me, he took me to the mud.
I leave the bob the shit on hold.
Phase one was having fun, just taking a makeshift setup into a park and just playing your music, how you feel it. Phase two is after it gained too much respect in the parks, take it into a club. After the particular group had gotten like metropolitan acclaim.
All right. Lady Leo, it wasn't a riot, but technically it was a riot. What happened was New York City had a blackout. New York City, it wasn't a riot, but technically it was a riot. New York City had, the whole entire city had a blackout. So they went for all the artists who couldn't afford none of that equipment. They went and got it from the blackout. They went and stole it stuff out the stores. That was for hip hop. That's the best thing that happened to hip hop. They couldn't afford these speakers. So, baby, after that, that's when you got the real hip hop. That's when Brooklyn speakers, they speakers was like boom. You understand? But it was because of the New York City blackout. So being that it was a blackout, they went and robbed everything. So that's where they got the sampling. That's why I say calling his name and everything. But them sampling machines and all them different machines, we couldn't afford that. Once that blackout came in and they stole all the equipment that they could ever need, then they got the equipment. They did more sampling, more cutting. They even had to learn how to use the equipment that they stole. But that changed hip hop forever. That's what changed hip hop. All the shit they stole, right? All the stuff they stole. So now that made the parties even more better because now I got big speakers. Like, and being that I didn't say a part of New York, I said the whole New York, all 5 boroughs had a blackout. So the people in Brooklyn went and robbed their stores. Everybody went and robbed whatever stores that had what they wanted. That whatever they had what they wanted, they robbed it. And they specifically went for the music stuff. They could have robbed mad stores. They could have robbed any store they want to. They focused on the stores that contained music. That's right. We couldn't afford that stuff. So that's what changed hip hop, a blackout. And that blackout came, that's when you got hip hop. Because now you got the MP3s, the 808s, guitars. You got it. They stole everything. They stole everything. But that was because of a blackout. And the blackout, God said to his black people, God said, I'm gonna give you a blackout. So your music, thank you, Jesus. Somebody they got thank God for everything now. Let's go.
He was then known as a hero. This was like the hottest club at the time. It was like if you were to hear R&B and hip hop, this was like the cool. This is where all the cool cats hung out at. When the Sugar Hill Gang came out, first of all, it was like, who the heck is the Sugar Hill Gang? Where did they come from? And then when you found that they were from New Jersey, it was like, New Jersey's not even in the ballpark. It's like even Manhattan or the Bronx. It's like, what's going on here?
And what you hear is not a test. I'm rocking to the beat. Then me, the groove, and my friends are gonna try.
Break it up.
See, the first artist to go gold is Curtis Blow. First artist to go gold. the big power.
Who's gonna want to listen to this dark record? That's the way I pictured it. It was dark. It was kind of chill for your spine.
They clothes change.
Not to lose my head.
Like a jungle sometimes.
Makes me wonder how I keep going under. Like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep going.
No, that's Grandmaster Flash. They clothes change.
Real serious differences. We were off the scene for quite some time. Somebody had to fill the void. Somebody. There was these three guys. One DJ, two MCs. Their style was different. They yelled, but they were great. They went by the name of Run DMC.
Yeah, look how we lived, all fucked up. A friend of mine, Akademiks say MC5, so I said the vibe I'm about to say. The vibe was deaf, but it went this way. See Curtis Blow.
Just chilling to the box, hanging out around here. Probably climbing up on the things over there. Sitting out, running from the superintendent. But it's like that. That's the way.
About 83, 84, but Run DMC really came and they produced and wrote most of their own stuff. And they took old ideas also, and that became more of a crossover thing.
We'll never have a band either. They were a band.
We do not sing, but we make many songs. We love your whole life, and we hope to live long.
On the garden show, we won't get gone.
It's Run DMC.
Not Cheech and Charles.
It looks like everybody else who buy their record in the beginning, and like everybody who made their record in the beginning, Run DMC.
You be ailing.
Music, and that's Run DMC's mission, to let everybody know that this is music and it's here to stay, and it's the most exciting form, the most educational, most great individual, and that's the mission we're on.
Now, you got to remember, Run DMC comes out of Curtis Blow. Now, you said that the forefathers never did nothing, and they all dust right now. So, if we're talking about the pioneers, you will have to name the pioneers and tell me that they're smoked out on drugs and they're dusty. And you will also have to prove to me how they don't get along with the young folks, which, no, baby, your mic is, see, one thing the young folks don't understand. If you learned anything from New York, or if you want to know about hip hop, you got to remember it's all about you and the mic. Even my man Nas said, all I need is one mic. It's not about you doing interviews. It's not about somebody telling you nothing. The key to it is you and your mic. The key to it is you got to get out in that street. You got to battle somebody and keep on. How many times you heard artists say, I heard somebody else rap and I had to rip mine up and start again? That's what hip hop is about. Your rhyming, your cadence. So we don't have to like you, because we got to see you on the microphone. Art don't grow old and it costs more, like antiques. Yes, yes, yes.
Run DMC, Rock Box. That record there slammed the whole industry. Run DMC definitely made me feel the rap was here to stay. You know, a lot of kids out here didn't start rapping until they heard Run DMC.
Walk This Way did a lot for rap music. That was like the first real breakthrough.
Walk This Way was my idea. Nobody's ever done this before. It'd be a cool thing to do.
We loved it. We liked it with a hardcore beat. We had to find something to rap over.
I like this style because you know, electric guitar in it, you know, and
Finally.
yeah, it caught my ear.
With a song like this, you can't go wrong with it. It's just such a happy thing.
Rap music for all new heights. At the same time that the music was exploding, stars were emerging, and hits were coming out every week.
Hey, that's been my shit too. What people do for money. That's been my shit too. Damn, I'm old school. Pee Wee Herman. Yes, I remember that. Yes.
My name is LL. You know, I rap. You know, I started when I was 9 years old.
Now look.
Some of the ideas
Now look.
that were in the street and just made them better.
This is another reason why. Remember, that static is not from me. This is an old video. Now, again, LL, like I said, nobody has to say nothing because LL is the blueprint. LL wasn't like, oh my God, Run DMC, they don't want to be my friend. They're not helping me. But LL ain't saying none of that. And not to mind you, they are young. They 16 years old. You got these artists that get $1 million contracts. What the fuck would you need for me? Pardon my French. What the fuck you need for me to help you for? When I gave you the blueprint, you're making your money. I'm broke, but you're making money, but you're blaming me for what? Like, what the fuck else do y'all kids want? Y'all got the money. We gave you the blueprint. You got the money. What the fuck? I done laid this down, passed the baton. Y'all got the money and y'all still whining. LL was 16. A lot of these artists were 16 and 17. Majority of these artists was not even in their 20s yet. They wasn't in their 20s. And you did not see not near none of them, especially L. You see how he came in there, box, and he got on the mic and made them listen. That's how it was back in the days. When nobody was hearing Kumo D and everybody was on Busy B, Kumo D said, they gonna hear me tonight. Kumo D went and told homeboy, listen, I know y'all finished, but put me on the list for tonight. The guy said, okay. Because he knew in his mind, he had to go after Busy B to be heard. These artists don't do that today. They fucking bitch for everything. Bitch, and bitch. And we're talking about a time where you did not get no money. Y'all may be crying over y'all contracts now, but your contracts is still a hell of a lot more. They got nothing. And they show more oomph than you would ever have. And they had nothing. But they knew how to get in the game. You had to do it with the mic. Karis won. He said, nobody trying to hear me. You didn't hear Karis one saying, oh, well, the older folks, the older people don't want to school me. They don't want to help me. So Karis one went to Molly Mall. Molly Mall said, no, thank you. I ain't fucking with you. That's what they told Karis one. Karis one did the same thing Kumo D did. Oh, you don't want to hear me? All right. Karis one got on that microphone and went straight after MC Sham. He said, I'm getting in this door. He didn't cry about Marley Marl. He didn't cry about the people who was in front of him. He got on that mic and tore a whole new asshole to the whole Queensbridge. The whole Queensbridge till today is still mad over that damn song. The whole Queensbridge. And not to mind you, Kool G Rap was out then. Kool G Rap didn't help share ass. He went after Marley Marl, Shantae. He went after everybody in a rap. He didn't cry, oh, the old school don't like me. Oh, they're not trying to help me. No, he did what he saw the other brothers do. Get on the fucking mic. But these young kids are billionaire bitches. These young groups, I'm sorry to say, they are millionaire bitches. Why y'all bitching? Y'all got millions of dollars and y'all still bitching? God damn. Shut up. Jeez.
The beatbox came about with Dougie Fresh being the strange innovator that he is. When Fat Boys came out, it was like novelty, some totally different three fat guys, and the beatbox, and all of that combined, they were definitely the hottest act.
He said, I like rap, but I don't want to sound like Chuck MC. You know, I want to sound like SOS Band. I mean, that's my influence is an R&B base. They made accessible, commercial black music.
The Answer type of disrespect records or diss records were out before they were records. The first time it really got popular on wax was when Roxanne came out. UTFO came out with Roxanne, and then Shantae came out, and then the real Roxanne, and then it was Roxanne's grandmother, and Roxanne does the beat. It just became a wave.
That's what I planned took me up. Can't stand Roxanne. Now, Full Force did that record. Full Force is the first group. When they did Roxanne, that's the first hip hop record that got 3 different beats in it. Each person who sing, they all have their own beat. They're trying to destroy hip hop. Yeah, with this bullshit, they making all this money and can't be happy. Cannot be happy. Remember, Kango Kid was rocking, he the one was rocking Kango. He didn't get paid from Kango. But he rocked that Kango hat. Ain't nobody tell him. They talking about what nobody told them. Nobody told freaking Kango, well, listen, Kango, you need to get paid from Kango. You wearing nothing but Kango hats. To the point his name was Kango Kid. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace. He just passed away. Rest in peace, Kango Kid. But nobody didn't tell him to get paid off of Kango. This was the first guy who called himself the doctor. Before Dr. Dre and everybody else, he was the doctor. And then I thought my name was Daddy, and I thought it was just they're the first ones who did that shit. People forget about UTFO. They brought a whole new different thing into it. They did like the words that rhyme at the end that we see people doing today. They did that. But then you're gonna say they're all dusty and they haven't done nothing. How the fuck you say? Where you get that from? That's why I don't listen to stupid people. And then you got all these people, and granted, you know, they're in the hip hop business. I understand you have information about it, but if you wasn't there, shut the fuck up. If you wasn't there and you didn't live it, all you're doing is going about information. But stop acting like the people, your man Jeff, stop acting like the people. We're still living. We could tell the story too. We got a story to tell. And every time you say that, for us old folks, people, we be wanting to go shut the fuck up. Hip hop ain't for the and then you got the older people. Instead of telling them to, hey, get your rhyme right, we up there saying, well, of course we love the younger artists. They are our offspring. They are our offspring. How do you not like your offspring? That's somebody's kids, right? They all was a scholar back in the days. That's when we really went to school. We really went to school. We never dropped out of school. But see, that's the difference when you took it from the street and you brought it into the studio. And that was the messed up part for the early artists, because they're used to being in the street. They're used to rapping how they want to rap. They're used to be performing how they want to perform. Once the machine got behind it, the machine controlled them. The machine gave them bad contracts. The machine didn't even put no money into them, because the machine didn't think that hip hop was going to last. But you got people like Akademiks and all these culture vultures and all these artists that want to cover hip hop. They really don't cover hip hop. Now, if you want to stick with the people that, you know, if you is a reporter or you got a podcast or whatever, and you from this era, then stick with the people in your era. But don't talk about hip hop in general. You cannot. And like I said, I'm not taking nothing away from my West Coast, my South, my Southern people. I'm not taking anything away from you guys. But at the end of the day, you guys wasn't there neither. You didn't know about hip hop until the machine got involved. Once the machine got involved, you were able to hear it. But up until the time you was able to hear it, you don't know nothing about it. It had to be for the people who were there before the machine got to it. It's about the people who didn't have nothing and we found a way. People mad because New York found the way. Like I said, it was because they was burning up the buildings and we was living in, New York was crazy. It wasn't nothing nice about New York back then. It wasn't nothing nice. The scenery wasn't nice. The buildings was burnt the fuck up. It was bricks all over the floor, dirty mattresses every freaking where. It was just terrible. It was terrible. I know every area have a terrible part where they live at. The difference is New York spoke upon it. New York was like broken glass. We spoke upon the pissy elevators, walking over crack. Dope fiends, because that was before crack. The dope fiends, the cocaine people. We spoke upon all of that. That's what we did with our fucked up area. We spoke upon it and we made our voice heard. How dare you say we didn't give you the game? How many billions of dollars hip hop is worth? We didn't give you the game. Curtis Blow didn't give you the game. How to make money? Look at him. But y'all wouldn't know him. But the bed of builders was crazy. Shit, it used to be like one house and a bunch of lots. Another house, a bunch of lots. The lots is where when they knocked you off, they threw the bodies. So you was living right next to people, a bunch of, you two. You was living right next to a bunch of dead bodies. It was like right there. Right. And a lot right next to you. Dead bodies. This is what we had to live through. Then we found a way to enjoy ourselves. That's all hip hop is. We found a way to take music and enjoy ourselves and feel good. Because everything was supposed to bring us down. Everything as a people. Now forget about New York. I'm talking about black people as a people. Everything that was supposed to bring us down, we found a way out of it. We found a way out of it. Graffiti. Man, I took them trains. Remember, you couldn't get on the train without graffiti. And a lot of them designs was really nice. I'm like, damn, they get mad at the graffiti, but it sure enough looked pretty. It brought some design to the train. Then they changed the trains up so they can, the material, I think the metal that they have now, they could just take it off. They could just wipe it off. But we don't do graffiti no more. But it was nice when we had the graffiti, But everything that was supposed to bring us down, we found a way out of it as black people itself. So we may have started it, but when it caught on, people got the misconception that what New York don't like. No, what New York like is people that pick up that microphone. That's what New York like. Because it wasn't about the coast. It was about how good you are on the mic. That's why we didn't care about, you didn't hear Philly in New York going at it. You didn't hear Jersey in New York going at it. Why does New York gotta go at it with everybody else? Everybody else want to come for New York. But why didn't Jersey and Philadelphia, why they didn't come for New York? You know why? Because they respect the game. They respect the game. They knew to pick up that microphone and they knew what to do. They from the tri-state area. Yeah, we used to bounce from New Jersey and Philadelphia. And yeah, we all used to go back and forth. But why you never heard them really complain about us? Because they understood the assignment. The assignment was the microphone. I missed it. It was only on rooftops now, other than the business using it as a gimmick. Exactly. People don't understand why the East Coast didn't go against New York, because they understood the assignment. Hey, Point Blank, what's going on, my brother? Good to see you. You understand what I'm saying? Because they understood the assignment. The assignment was the microphone. What can you do on the mic? You didn't hear them saying, well, New York don't show us no love. What? Get on that mic. Sometime, and you gotta remember, a lot of people, Philly was really into it. You didn't hear New York going, oh, Philly. No, you did not. If you was good on that mic, you was good on that mic. Stop playing with me. Stop it. So to hear Akademiks, like I said, Akademiks, you were not there. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, YouTube, for my cursing, but you got to say that to these young folk. Shut up. I'm going to show the last part. Well, they didn't show us nothing. They didn't show us the game. And what did LL do? What the hell you mean, what did LL do? He doing something now. First of all, LL, he had to follow behind his boys, Kid and Play, right? So Kid and Play got there. Kid and Play showed you. Remember, you said what the forefathers show us. Okay, Kid and Play showed us a lot. And like I said, Martin may be a comedian, but you wouldn't know about Martin if it wasn't for Kid and Play and Salt and Pepper. Salt and Pepper and Kid and Play is who bought out Martin Lawrence. So they did something. Martin Lawrence have done a lot of stuff. Martin Lawrence have done a lot of movies. So all the people in Martin Lawrence movies, guess what? That stems from Kid and Play. Okay? We like Gina. That stems from Kid and Play. Salt and Pepper, like I told you guys, when Salt and Pepper did their concerts, Martin Lawrence opened up for them. They the ones who opened the door for Martin Lawrence. So what do you mean by they never put nobody on? People were put on. People were Blair Underwood. I'm trying to tell you, Chris Rock. We've never seen Chris Rock before until we saw him in Crush Groove. It was very quick. You had to look really close. But Chris Rock, Crush Groove. So explain to me again how we didn't pass the baton to the point that you're making millions of dollars. How did you get to the millions of dollars if the baton wasn't passed? And they don't embrace you. What you want us to do? Shit, you need to embrace them. Shit, you the one call them dusty and broke. So who needs the embracement? The ones that's rich or the ones that's poor? If you know that the forefathers don't got nothing and they dusty, then you should put money in their pocket. And live in color. Yes, thanks for, oh God. Thanks for bringing that up, Corwin. You couldn't, hello. And what was In Living Color based off? Hip hop. They played hip hop. Look how many people spawned from that. I know what you meant. You spelled it right enough for me to know what you was talking about, Corwin. They don't embrace what? And Kumo D didn't embrace LL Cool J. LL Cool J came with that goddamn microphone. Shit. Will Smith too. People say what they want about Will Smith will be considered a pioneer, not one of the pioneers, but Will Smith still another guy from Philly. Again, he's from Philly. Why was he able to break through? Why you didn't hear him complaining about? You didn't hear him complaining about New York City because he understood the assignment. The assignment is the microphone. And everybody who has ever been in a Will Smith movie, that comes from hip hop. The Fresh Prince, comes from hip hop. When he crossed over into movies, that's hip hop. Wasn't for hip hop, it would be no fucking Will Smith. Wasn't for we watch all these different shows with LL, that's hip hop. So how didn't they pass it on? Kumo D still does lectures today. The new school people don't go hear his lectures. So how would you say that they didn't pass you the game? That's because you didn't go to the lecture. You don't know who Kumo D is, so you didn't go to none of his lectures. KRS-One do plenty of lectures. Did you go to not listen to his music? You didn't go to none of his lectures. How would you know? How would you know if Melly Mel embraced you or not? Have you called Melly Mel? Did you reach out to Melly Mel? When did y'all young folks reach out to the pioneers and they said, you know what, fuck you. We're not helping you. We're not telling you nothing. I'll wait. I will wait. And people believe in these people with no proof. They ain't got no proof. Where's the proof at? What elder that you went to for advice and shunned you? You said pioneers. What pioneer did it? I'll wait. I don't hear nothing. And then you got a couple of other people. Let me just go through Max. I may come back again because this video is getting kind of long, but I'm gonna come back with Max. Pioneers reach out to us. The pioneers, a lot of them got regular jobs now. But can you imagine being a pioneer and now you got a regular job? And because you aged out, because the music changed and you aged out, and there's no opportunities there. Like now, when the money came in, now you know what I'm saying? Now they can be like record company, have their own record, but they didn't make enough money to have their own company. The money wasn't there. And then Russell had to get with what's that man name? Rick Rubin. He had to get down with Rick Rubin to do Def Jam because Russell couldn't do it by himself. Russell couldn't have done it by himself. So thank goodness he was in college. Thank goodness he was in college with a Rick Rubin. And Rick Rubin used a lot of his face, if you know what I mean, a lot of his face to kick open the door. Kumo D, he did his job. We got Twista, and we got all these people doing fast rap, Def Jam, correct, exactly. But he couldn't have did Def Jam without Rick Rubin. He couldn't have did it by himself. Us black people, we couldn't do it by ourselves. Now, far as being in commercials and up things, Curtis Blow already showed you that. Remember, Curtis Blow was the first one that got endorsements. If I'm not mistaken, was a Sprite commercial. If I'm not mistaken, the first thing he did was a Sprite commercial. This way before Ice-T. Remember, he said the word pioneer. He didn't say the old school people. He said pioneers. So pioneers would be the ones that we considered started it. And then at that point in time, Corin, you got to remember, Ice-T is originally from the East Coast. Ice-T is originally from Jersey. So that's why Ice-T already knew about hip hop. His family is from Jersey. Then he moved to California. But he's a New Jerseyan. He's from New Jersey. Born in New Jersey, not California. Like the same, they want Tupac and Ice-T to be born in California so bad they don't know what to do. But I'm sorry, Ice-T and Tupac are from the East Coast. Sorry to hurt your feelings. That's why Tupac music was able to go both ways. Because he was born and raised on the East Coast and then went to the West Coast. So that's why he was able to sway the East and the West Coast, because he had the East and the West Coast in him. He had it in him. But let me get back to, I'm just going to show one more part when he tried to fix it and say nobody's helping him. Like hell. Let me do his response. Akademiks. Uh-oh. Let me see. Let me see if I can get the response. Because he has a response. I thought Carcino was bad. This and then Niglet is worse. Let me see. He responds with his drunk ass. It's his response to LL Cool J. Because he tried to change it up. Son of a bitch. He tried to change it up, but you can't. You can't.
I know Chiggs is in here recording this.
All y'all do it for a buck. You know they.
Now listen to this bullshit. Now this is response, and this is what made me make this video. Not because he calling him Dusty, because of his response to LL. Now listen to this old young ass drunk.
I will never say business like that. I had to learn it, and now he's on my stream every single day. I'm over here trying to tell people, okay, I know y'all calling the future dumb because everybody's ownership. Let me break it down to y'all. Y'all don't do that. All y'all sell y'all masters. All y'all do it for a buck, but you don't explain it to the people. Every artist who come in the game got more leverage. Every artist could at least negotiate more than you, but they fall into the same traps as you because you never told them. I can't respect y'all for that. I'm sorry.
We never told them what. Did LL just say that the pioneers could not tell you something they didn't fucking know, you dumbass? We don't need your fucking respect. Okay? Yes, I'm cursing at you. We don't need your respect. My age group we don't need your respect. Y'all from our seed. We ain't from your seed. You from our seed. God damn it. We planted the seed and we watered it. So now y'all could pick the fucking fruits off the tree. Y'all ain't plant shit. Y'all ain't plant shit nor water shit. We planted it and we watered it. All the fruit that's dropping from that tree is from us. We don't need your respect. Don't get it twisted. You twisted face piece of thing, you. Do not ever get it twisted. That's like a child. That's like when nature nut and them people gonna tell us they our higher self. Fuck up out of here. Don't get it twisted. We don't respect you. We don't need your respect. We don't want your fucking respect. Not when all that fruit is falling down. It was hard planting that fucking fruit. It was hard getting hip hop on the radio. It was hard as hell to get the radio stations to even play hip hop. You think that they need your respect when they had to get respect from the radio station just to get it played? And then on top of that, you dumbass, they only played us at nighttime when everybody was sleeping. You know why? Because it'll make it seem like nobody's listening to it. But we fooled their ass and we stayed up until the hip hop came on and we played it. So they got the numbers. It's all about the numbers, right? They wanted to say, ain't nobody listening to hip hop. Of course not. You're playing it one day a week, late at night, when you thought that we were sleeping. But we purposely stayed up. Like I said, if you are not from that time, shut the fuck up. Y'all don't know what we had to do. Just us people had to do to get hip hop out of there. And then staying up, listening to a radio station, hey, that helped hip hop. Because we bought in the fucking numbers. Okay? We bought in the numbers. They're like, oh shit, the numbers is high. I thought we was going to catch them when they was sleeping and the numbers going to be low so we can trash it. We ain't got to play it no more. Because we can say, look, nobody's listening to this music. We don't need it. But we, my generation, fooled their asses and we stayed up. And then when Music Box came out, they played Music Box. People get out of school at 3:00. They played Music Box at 4:00. Why? Because they wanted the numbers to be low for Video Music Box. We, the people, my age bracket, hurried up home. We went home straight from school just to watch Video Music Box. So that made what? The numbers go up. They was expecting us not to come straight home. They didn't put the show on at 5:00. They didn't put it on at 6:00. They put it on at 4:00. So it took my age generation to get home to watch the fucking videos. That's how the numbers went up, dumbass. Hey, Marquise. He pissed this man done pissed me off. He don't know the whole story. He don't know how we all was in this together. And we ain't got no money. Y'all got the money. He don't know. He don't know. The people had to fight to get their music on, where y'all don't have nothing but y'all stations today. We had one damn station late at night, which we had to stay up just to hear it. Hell he talking about? Let's get back to this bullshit.
Especially when y'all talking for the culture. Now, LL, if I attack you personally or financially, everything you said to me would be fine because you, by the way, you got way more money than me. I'll put it out there. But when I say about the older rappers is that y'all all are in it for yourself.
We was all in it for ourselves. I know where he from, Marquise, but I'm still gonna spank his ass. I'm still gonna spank his ass. Because sometimes you gotta spank that ass. How the hell we all in it for ourselves? Y'all making millions of dollars, but we in it for ourselves. These people have no money. They have no masters. They have nothing. But their body of work is still out there. And y'all are living through their body of work, you piece of shit. Yeah, he all that and then some. I wish he would come for me. Oh God, DJ, come for me. And us older people need to start speaking out. Stop letting these young stupid people say what the hell they want to say when we all sacrificed. We all, the people in my generation, sacrificed for hip hop. Fuck is you talking about? We the ones was at them parties. We the ones was cheering them on. Talking about LL. What? You know how many people said they spoke to LL? First of all, some people like to be an artist. Even when Jay-Z, he was like, when he was the president, he was like, nah, I want to be an artist. LL didn't want his own company. LL wanted to be an artist. But do you know how many people said, yo, I spoke to LL? A lot of people talk about LL and the good info that LL has given them. Them people need to speak up. Them people need to speak up. Everybody say, yo, LL is mad approachable. Everybody say LL schooled them. Whoever met LL said they school him. And like I told you guys before, that's why I don't listen to him. He just talk because he has a mouth. Oh, you need to take away his mouth. And they did say what happened to the masters over and over. Too many said how it's in the music, truly. They just don't listen to the music. It's in the music. The old school folks tell you it, how they know how to do it. And that's in their music. If you never listen to the old school music, you're not going to get the game. They gave you the game. First, they told you how their streets was, their neighborhoods was, and this was before the machine, right? And then after the machine became part of it, they wrote it in the music. Too many artists talk about the record company labels. Y'all just didn't listen. It's in the music. It's in the music. Just find it. You have brand Nubians. Before it was brand Nubians when Grand Pooba, he spoke upon it. Everybody spoke upon the record companies. Everybody. It's in the music.
Y'all never helped the newer rappers. Y'all never helped anybody else. When y'all complain why the labels are doing whatever they doing it because all signed don't at least share information. They all act like it's some solo shit and everybody get fucked. Why in 2023, every artist who signs to a record label is going to sign a contract, they're gonna get fucked. Why?
You know why? Because that's what happens. Every artist gets fucked. That's part of being in the business. You can set up people like, oh, I teach this. What the fuck do you teach? What you teach is not going to get nobody. Is not going to get nobody a better deal. The company is who writes the deal. It doesn't matter how much you know. It doesn't matter if you know your worth. You're not going to be a new jack coming into the business, even with all the knowledge that you have. You're not walking in nobody's door giving no goddamn demands, okay? You're not walking in the door saying, hey, I know your tricks. I want my masters, my this, my that. And then they're going to say, you know what? You're right. Let me give you a better contract. It don't go like that. You get the standard contract, regardless if you have knowledge or you don't got knowledge. The difference is if you was old school and you picked up that fucking microphone and you killed that microphone and you already got a bunch of followers because of your work, not because of your antics, not because you and your girlfriend fighting, not because you and this other artist got word. I'm talking about how you ripped that mic. Then you walk into the fucking record company. You're still going to get a shitty contract, but it's going to be a better shitty contract. Instead of a shitty contract, you're just going to get a shitty contract, but not a shitty contract, if you understand what I'm saying. So, I don't understand what he's talking about. You can have all the information in the world. That doesn't make the machine change their contract. So your point is what? Oh, I teach about the contracts. And did that help them get a better contract? Can anybody tell me? Because Akademiks taught them about the contracts, that they got a better contract from the machine? I'll wait.
Why? If this has been happening for 30, 40 years, why is that? LL, help me. I was never trying to disrespect y'all. I called y'all Dusty because in reality, let's talk about it.
Yeah,
why didn't y'all become the niggas who are owning all the industries and record labels? People signing you. That's why I salute to Coach K. I salute to P. I salute to motherfuckers like Yo Gotti. That's what it's supposed to be. Salute to Rick Ross. You got every artist get fucked in the game by a label. That's why I like when an artist to be like, yo, okay, let me put artists on. Let me be in that position. That's my whole thing.
You don't have a whole thing. You don't, he young, he drunk, he don't know. You don't have a say-so because they wasn't in a position to put people on, but they were in a position to show you how it was done. Okay? They didn't have that. We didn't get that opportunity until Def Jam. Because we had artists that was on labels. We had Sugar Hill. We had a lot of black labels. We had the labels. But, and look at Angie Stone. Angie Stone, even though she an R&B singer, but Angie Stone started out as a hip hop artist. And she was also with Sugar Hill, if I'm not mistaken. Come on now. I think he's talking to his internet social media peers. No, see, we have to address this because they're keeping that old versus young stuff going. They're keeping the hatred going where it should be thanks. So we have to spank them. We have to spank them. Because we got a bunch of babies here that's eating a lot of fruit off of something they didn't plant, off of something they didn't water. So even though that's like saying, you know what? Thanks for your oranges and shit, Even though you the root is still there. Because the roots are the roots. Like, I planted it, I'm the root, and you're saying fuck me. Like, you're saying fuck me, but I sat up there and gave you all this fucking fruit. But you're saying fuck me. You saying you don't care about me. You're calling me, what he said, selfish and all about themselves, and then put nobody on. But they steady fat off the fruit. You steady. Don't that fucking orange taste good? Don't that peach taste good? Don't them fruits of somebody else's labor? Don't that fruit taste good? You ain't had to do shit. You had to do nothing. Nothing. You fucker. Oh, I can't see this man in real life.
All of y'all artists from that time, y'all don't do nothing. Y'all literally still act like y'all don't understand the game. Y'all have never passed along knowledge. Y'all don't keep up with the current times. Now we're streaming, my nigga.
And
how about you educate a motherfucker who? How about you educate Ice Spice, who gets viral off TikTok? She getting a couple million streams a month, or even a week. Now labels want to talk to her. How about you educate her? And I get it. Y'all might be like, oh, lawyers, this and third. This is why we can't respect y'all, because I'm going to keep it real with you. If niggas ain't see that Steph Curry got that money, the next nigga who was important to his franchise like Steph Curry, he going to ask for more.
Huh?
Business in hip-hop has been lacking. So I was talking about how much money y'all niggas got. I don't give a fuck what y'all niggas be having.
Yeah, you do.
The point is that
what?
Y'all niggas have not advanced the culture and the business of music for the newer artists. You have not. If you...
Oh, God. You're disgusting. First of all, Mr. McDummy, like I said, it's too many fruits on that tree to say we didn't advance anything. How you figure? How do you figure? How you figure? They didn't do what? But you eating. They didn't tell you about lawyers? God damn it. First of all, I'm talking about the pioneers. Shit, they didn't have to do nothing. I told you it was in their music. You just didn't listen to their music. The pioneers? Right now, he's talking about LL and the people before LL. He's talking about people like Kumo D, Grandmaster Flash. He's talking about the pioneers. The pioneers. So, of course, LL is going to speak up because he got something out of the pioneers. He got something out of it. He grabbed that fucking microphone. That's what he did. He knew the arena that he stepped into, and he got that microphone. Now, far as talking about the deals, like I said, Kumo D does lectures everywhere. They just never went to a lecture. Karis One does lectures everywhere. Y'all just never went to a lecture. Karis One, Chuck D does lectures everywhere. So how you gonna get the game if you're not going to where the pioneers are at to teach you the game? They didn't have enough money or influence at that time to make a corporation and to make it big, but their body of work itself is worth. There is no worth on their body of work. There is no dollar sign. Their body of work itself is what y'all eating off of. LL was just a rapper, yeah. But LL said that's what he wanted to be, just a rapper. Now, LL have school people, but you have to speak to them. They don't want to communicate with us, but they want to talk about us. Uncle Luke definitely did his thing, and one could argue he really defined modern hip hop. Well, actually, no, because number one, he's talking about the pioneers. They're not talking about the people who were in the game for a long time. Uncle Luke wouldn't be one of the pioneers, and he is referring to the pioneers. So y'all got to remember who the pioneers are first of all. So he's speaking upon the pioneers, the people who done it in the beginning, who didn't get shit, who didn't get nothing. They didn't even have enough money to put together to even make a company. Strip club music and R&B is all Luke. No, it's not. But again, Luke is my man, but Luke is not a pioneer. He's talking about the pioneers. And that is all the music is now. Again, Marquise, you're going forward. Remember, we always party. It comes out of disco. It's about the party. We even had Arcanelli, put it in your mouth. We had them type of songs. We had Veronica. We had all them type of songs, but they was dissing females and party music, and we had all that. There's nothing new, but he's talking about the pioneers. So I'm keeping it about the pioneers. So Marquise, you got to get into the pioneer mind and state, because that's who he's talking about, the pioneers. He's not speaking upon the old rappers. He's speaking upon the pioneers. And we're trying to figure out, how can you disrespect somebody who gave you a whole genre? We done planted this shit. Y'all just can't be happy and eat the fruit and be y'all eating the fruit and getting fat and complaining at the same time. See, these kids are something else. These kids are something else. These kids are something else.
If any older artist, I will have a conversation with all of y'all niggas.
We don't want to talk
to you. Get on my podcast, we can get on straight. No. Y'all have not advanced the conversation for newer artists. Why are newer artists still getting fucked in their deals just like you did 20 fucking years ago? How? That's why when I say y'all looking dusty, because in reality, I will keep it 100. That's why I respect LeBron. LeBron doing all this shit. You know what they asked him? They said, LeBron, you want to be they asked him on one of the shop episodes, you want to be like a commentator? He said, no, I want to own a team. See, LeBron about to get like $100 million in 2 years.
First of all, that's even in basketball. Michael Jordan didn't make his money in basketball. Dr. J didn't make his money in basketball. And you got people before them. Of course, LeBron can say that now. But again, look at all the basketball players. Do y'all know? Okay, I guess, no, it's not regional. The Pioneers are strictly New York, Marquise. It's not regional. We're speaking upon the Pioneers. The Pioneers means the people who started the craft. So that would be the people that's in the early 80s and in the late 70s, early 80s in New York City. He's speaking upon them. And then as you go further down the line, everybody's done something. Too much alcohol is good for the brain. he should drink some of this strawberry lemonade or some ginger ale like me. But even after the pioneers, everybody done what they can. They done what they can because they didn't have the money. That's like, look how long it took Snoop Dogg to buy back Death Row Records. Everything take time and money. And it doesn't matter. The point is, you guys got the baton now. Why are you arguing with us when you guys got the baton? You guys, y'all got the baton now. So it's what you do with it. We've done everything we can do. It's your time to shine. Show us how you shine. All this other bullshit is crazy. Do you know how many R&B artists died with nothing? Do you know how they had to bury Jackie Wilson? Nothing. Every R&B artist died with nothing. But we may sample their music, but the music don't belong to them. And they didn't play a guitar, piano, nothing. I don't care what part of music that we're in. They only could do but so much. Poor Patti LaBelle can't even retire because the money is to be made now. Her and Gladys Knight still out here because they didn't get the money back then. They making the money now. How many times they told you the money? How many times did the artist tell you? And I'm not even an artist. How many times they told you the money is not in the contract? The money is in your performances. So get your stage performance together. They don't tell. What else for you need for them to tell you? The money is not in the contract. It's about the money you get is from your performances. Make people want to come and see you. That's where the money's at. That's why these guys are on the road maybe 200 days to 250 days out of a year. They buy a house. They don't even know what their house really truly look like because they too busy on the road making that money that they did not get from the contract. So it's not about schooling them. Now I can see if he's saying, you know, why I don't, because not to mind you, Chuck D and LL, yeah, show us money. Chuck D and LL, number one, they are forming a union. They are forming a union. They're doing a lot, but they had to be in position of power. They had to be in a position of power first. We ain't had no power back then. All we had was our skills and our artistry and the blood, sweat, and tears. That's all they had. You know, even when Snoop came on, Snoop put out as many people as he can put out. Everybody try to put out as many people as they could put out. But again, it all depends on you and that microphone. When Snoop went to Dre and Dre put that cassette tape in, he wasn't like, oh, wow, Dre don't like us young folks. No, Snoop had to prove himself to Dr. Dre. He had to know what to do with that microphone. And Snoop Dogg knew what to do with that microphone. That's how he was able to impress Dr. Dre. See, a lot of these popcorn people, that's why all of y'all sound alike. Because y'all never developed your own craft. Every last one, signed one long ass record. It's different artists, but it sounded like one long record that you wish would end. Like, God damn, when is this one song going to stop? But it's really different songs with different artists. But it's still your guys' time. I don't have to like it, but if your peers like it, and if it's getting you millions of dollars and people is paying for it, who cares if us elders don't like it? Guess what? When we effed up our mama records trying to DJ, because everybody thought they could be a DJ, there's not one person in my age bracket did not think that they was a DJ. There's not one person, well, it could be a couple of people, but I'm going to just say, who did not take their mother turntable and try to scratch a record. From us watching them scratch a record, we thought we could scratch a record too. And we was scratching up our mama's shit. And then when they went to go play their record and they heard it skipping, we looked at them like, what's wrong with the record? Even though it was us scratching it, we was like, what happened? Oh, wow, your record is scratched. How my record get scratched? I don't know. But we all thought that we was DJs and stuff, scratching up the record and stuff. We all thought so. You know I ain't lying. We all thought we was DJs and shit. Yes, we did. And then in school, you had people who thought everybody thought they was a rapper. They got around in a circle in the hallway, and everybody said something, and they went passed on to the next person. See, that's when you know it was more unity. See, that's what y'all people is selfish. And that's what you young guys don't do. When we was younger, we passed the mic. The same way and feel the heartbeat. He go, have fun. Have fun. Have fun. And then they passed the microphone to the next person. And then they said to have fun. Then they passed it to the next one. Y'all not passing the microphone to the next one. I don't see you guys do that. But you call us selfish? When have you guys all sat around and sung together and passed the mic around? Y'all selfish. Y'all want all the money. Because we damn sure shared that mic. We damn sure passed that mic. We had fun with it. Talk about selfish. But he wouldn't know that. Akademiks. I forgot who called him Akademiks. Whoever gave him that name. I forgot, but thank them very much. Because he is an Akademiks.
From whatever contract. You know what he thinking? If they could pay me 102 years, what are they getting? He want to be an owner. None of the labels that we've seen historically, we're all the pioneers, and that's why I was talking about. So when I said Dusty, my nigga, I'm sorry. All the labels, none of y'all own it. None of y'all works, y'all don't own it. Y'all don't own anything. Y'all don't own anything. Y'all didn't give any business type of pioneering. Y'all were good.
Oh, shut the fuck. See what I'm saying, Marquise? He's speaking upon the pioneers. He's dogging out the pioneers who didn't have money to own nothing. They didn't make enough money to own nothing. What the funk is you talking about? What is you talking about? What? I told you, Def Jam only got by because of Rick Rubin. Sugar Hill only got by because Sylvia, she's an artist herself. And she's an old artist that our parents used to listen to. So she already had some. Remember, she didn't come out as a nobody, Sylvia Robinson. Sylvia Robinson was already an artist. So it ain't like she started from nothing. She already worked the business. She knows the business. That's why she was able to jerk their ass. Because they jerked her, so she jerked them. That's how it is. But you want us to own what? See, that's the problem. No, we didn't think like that back then. But you guys got the money to do it now. You guys got the money to do it now. Instead of yelling at us, you should be saying, y'all need to own your own stuff. And guess what? With all the money that they have, they still can't. They still cannot beat the machine. Hip hop, the artists, like Jay-Z got $1 billion. Kanye West got billions. But guess what? They still can't beat the machine. They still cannot beat the machine. They can't. And your point is what? And then to even do that, you got to walk through some doors. You know that, don't you, Akademiks? Akademi? You got to go through some doors. You got to start doing a lot of strange shit. And a lot of our older artists didn't want to walk through them doors. Once the machine came in, and the machine started saying, you got to do this and you got to do that, they got the fuck out of Dodge. So maybe that's why. Maybe they didn't want to go through door number 2. So their body of work is still out there. But look at all the deaths that's going on. The more money hip hop make and the more power that hip hop have, we got to keep hearing about all these deaths and all this other stuff. And we hear about all these different rituals and shit. Now, you coming from people that did it for fun. Now, they got a contract, so they didn't have to do a lot of them rituals. But the ritual stuff was still put in the videos and stuff. They just didn't know it. You understand what I'm saying? We watch a lot of the older videos. If you know what you're looking for, you would see the triangles and the pyramids and the black and whites. You will see all of that in it, but they put it in it. They're like, no, we're going to do the video. All you got to do is this. So all they did was that. And they put all of that stuff in these people's videos. They made them carry a pocketbook. No, carry this man. They call it a man purse. Carry this man purse around. And then these older artists was like, oh, I got what? To get a bigger contract, I got to do what? I say that again. I think I'm out of here. Now, when they started putting more and more and more money on the table, that's when things started to get strange. And this is where we at now. Because y'all walk through them doors. You ain't getting us all that money unless you walk through them doors. So, of course, the pioneers could not open certain doors, because then that means they would have had to walk through certain doors. And them doors, they were not walking through. Some of them, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. I aged out. I'm not walking through the door. I'm not talking about drugs all day. I ain't talking about murking nobody. It was about fun. It wasn't about setting up your ouch. It wasn't about setting up your people to be in jail. Because that's what they doing now. They're setting your ass up. 1 minute is they was talking about the drugs. My man said, don't do it in white lines. He's talking about what happens when you're on that cocaine. He spoke upon it in white line. Then he said, don't do it. There was anti-drugs when it first came. When hip hop was out, it was anti-drugs. You know why? Because we seen what it did to our mothers, fathers, uncles, our neighbors. We seen it. and we rapped against it. But now it's do it. It's like now get high. Now drink. Now drink the scissor. Now take the pills. Now they telling you all of these things to do, which we did not do that. So of course we're not going to get compensated, Mr. Akademiks. That's why y'all get the big money, because y'all standards are different. As far as the contracts, I already explained that enough.
For the sound and the culture, but y'all was never there business-wise. That's why when it comes to newer artists, back up. Leave these newer artists alone. Y'all niggas never did shit business-wise to let these new artists be in a different mode. They all still signed to Atlantic. They also signed to Def Jam. They still also signed to RCA. They all still signed to Sony, Columbia. They all still motherfucking on Interscope. They're all at Capitol. It's the same shit. Y'all were getting fucked 30 years ago. They're getting fucked now. How did you help?
Because it's the fucking business. You know how? It's the fucking business. That's why. LL talked about how hip hop didn't pay back then. They always put it in the music. It was always in the music, Colin. It was always in the music. They just didn't listen to it. They even, like I said before, even my man Jizza, when they did Wu-Tang, he's talked about the A&R people. He spoke upon all the money getting caught to the gum under the table. It was always in the music. You just didn't listen. But, Mr. Big Mouth, why you ain't got a record label? You talk so much. Where your record label? I mean, if it's so, if you make more money than the pioneers, Mr. Akademiks. You make more money than the pioneers. Why you don't have a record label? Where your record label? You made more money than them. Talk about the new artists so much, because you is a plant to keep the older and the younger apart. When it was there is no beef. There is no beef between the youth and the older people. They're making it a beef, but there's no beef. Nobody spoke to a older person and they didn't give them advice. Can they say they don't like all this music? Yes, I can say that. If I said it when my peers were making music and I said, hey, I like this song, I don't like that song, I still got the right to say that now. I had the right then, I got the right now. If I don't like your song, I don't like your song. If I like your song, I like your song. So we're not supposed to say nothing. That's where you're wrong. How many times our kids played something, oh, I like that. And how many times our kids played something we said, we don't like that. The same thing when we was playing, we had artists back in the days. We was like, oh shit, we like that person. Nah, that one is whack. We was calling people whack forever. So we're not supposed to say that person is whack because they're younger? Get the fuck out of here. Go ahead with yourself. You sound stupid. See, that's the problem. These kids are unthankful. These kids are some unthankful fuckers. Everywhere you go, these kids are ungrateful. Ungrateful. Everybody got a region. These new artists did not even look for people in their region. They say, hey, you got any advice for me? You know how many artists come out every day? Do you know that would be a job on a pioneer to go find you? No, we do a lecture. Come to the lecture.
Damn it.
I'm one of the only niggas I get on this shit. I put a nigga contract up on this bitch. Explain it. Y'all got fucked. Y'all did nothing. How can I respect y'all for that?
Don't. Please don't.
How can I respect y'all niggas for that?
Don't.
I can't.
Don't.
I'm not disrespecting that. Y'all the culture. Y'all did more for the culture than I could ever do. That's not the thing.
Make up your mind.
We talking about business. I don't want y'all niggas commenting on business because y'all never did shit with business.
We can do what we want to do.
LL, you should have a whole label, nigga. But you gonna say, that wasn't in my soul. I wanted to be an actor. I bet. So a lot of niggas grew up watching you, and they all signed the same fucked up deal 10, 15 years old later after you did. What the fuck did you do, my nigga?
Oh shit. First of all, holy shit. Holy shit. First of all, LL said the cars they had in the videos were rentals. They couldn't afford to but the cars. First of all, LL is besides the people who sing It's Yours, because technically that's the first song that was out, It's Yours on Def Jam, but LL is the first artist on Def Jam. The first, right? So as LL is singing, right, he had to learn. Everybody has to learn. Now remember, LL, even though it was people before him, it wasn't that many people before him, right? Just like it was Curtis Blow. He looked at Curtis Blow and like, damn, okay, I want some of that life, right? And then you had people like Kid and Play that showed you don't have to stay in music. Even though we had Wild Style, even though we had Crush Groove, and then we had the other show, which every time I think of Rainbows, I want to cry when he got in the train and the third rail and zant, zant. But the artist showed, Curtis Blow showed you, okay, there is endorsements in music. Go get your endorsements. Curtis Blow showed you that. Even if he didn't tell you that, he showed it to you, right? And Kid and Play did not one, not two, but three house parties, right? So then he said, Will Smith said, well, damn. Kid and Play did it. It was supposed to be me and Jeff, but we didn't think that the movie would work. So LL didn't do it. Kid and Play did it. I mean, so Will Smith didn't do it. Kid and Play did it. Kid and Play starred in it and they sung in it, right? So LL like, well, damn. I don't have to be a record label because it's other things in hip hop. So then LL got his own sitcom. And then Will Smith went and got a sitcom, right? Because even though they wasn't taught the game, they were shown the game, right? That's the best thing somebody can teach you is through their actions. They can tell you anything. They can tell you anything, but they're showing you is other venues besides rap. And like, again, that started with Curtis Blow. Even though he was in Crush Groove, and a lot of artists was in Crush Groove, down to LL, Curtis Blow, the Fat Boys. There was a lot of people and comedians that was in Crush Groove.
So they say, but damn, it's different avenues that we can take. So isn't that what these kids doing now? But the difference is what they are pushing to get that money.
It's not that I don't respect older artists, is that I know that when it comes to business, y'all didn't do nothing.
But we know that. Drunk ass.
Let me say this to
Try to diss my man LL. LL.
This wasn't a dick measuring contest. This wasn't me trying to shit on artists
You can't.
who came before me.
You can't.
Say they were broke. And by the way, I'll give you another example. I think I may have made references to the NBA.
No, you didn't. That didn't make
If
no sense.
you were a player in the NBA back in the day, you know what most of those players who were smart did?
What?
A lot of them got consultant, assistant, coach jobs. Some of them were trying to figure out a way to work their way at an executive position after they retired. It's not about money.
What?
Think about Magic. Magic ain't never get paid like these niggas is getting paid now. Magic was a executive for the Lakers. He basically used everything he got. He fucking used his worth. That nigga owned part of the Dodgers.
Oh, shut the fuck up. First of all, a lot of the pioneers from basketball is the same way the pioneers from hip hop is. They have nothing. It was you do know you're starting from Michael Magic Johnson. What about the people before him? Who remembers? You got to be a basketball player here. Who remembers how basketball was played in the beginning? I guarantee you, none of you guys remember how basketball was played. And I guarantee you, you guys is not going to know not near one of their names. Ask what they're doing today. See, would you stop, Cat? They didn't have nothing to leave their families neither. The more the basketball game went on, and then they started getting more money. In the beginning, no. Michael Jordan, nor Magic Johnson, what a bushel basket. You're close. But there's a whole hell of a lot of people before you get to Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan. What about the people, the pioneers, the black pioneers for real, and how they really played? See, and that's when it was rough. That's when you went home fucked up. When basketball first was being played, people don't know. They played with it looked like a wrestling match, and it was gates. They played inside of a gate, and if they fell or something, they were fucked up. Check it out. Check out the basketball. It's like a cage match. It was a cage match. Okay? The early basketball was a cage match, and they got fucked up. They went home with nothing but injuries. And they got no compensation. How dare you speak on the people, no air bubble sneakers? Exactly. How dare you speak on the basketball people where they don't know. They didn't play the real basketball when it was a cage match. Now they played when you got a little fucked up, but they really got fucked up in the beginning. And then they had to tell them to remove the gates. The gates and stuff had to be removed. Because that's how tough basketball was back then. So now the basketball is much more sweeter. It's much more sweeter. And the whistle blow for everything. And now they get more money. So now you think that no, baby, you speaking upon the pioneers of hip hop. Then you need to speak upon the pioneers of basketball. What the F is you talking about? You ain't speak upon the pioneers. You spoke upon the basketball players that you know, that you figure that's older. But what about the ones that came before them? What about the ones who had to play basketball in that damn cage? Let's get it together. See, stupid people don't know what they're talking about. No research at all.
See, that's respectable. My whole point is that I don't want to see y'all criticize young artists when y'all didn't do nothing. Y'all didn't do nothing with passing the ball. Y'all didn't do nothing with putting another nigga on. Y'all didn't do nothing with the.
You got the baton already.
The business.
We passed the ball.
Had.
What was it?
So allow these niggas to make their mistakes. Allow them. They all made mistakes.
We are.
They're making mistakes now.
We are.
You know one of the reasons why people watch me on Twitch?
No.
Because they don't understand. I used to be a nigga who never understood the music business.
And you still don't.
I took my time yesterday. I said, yo,
you still don't.
Is publishing. Yo, you still got the master side of it. Here's what's going on in the industry. Y'all treat the industry, and this is why y'all all get pimped out and fucked. Because y'all don't want to actually be honest and share information.
Like what? What do you want to know?
Turned so competitive that really your competition with your fellow man has allowed another nigga to pimp all y'all out. I ain't talking about that specifically when it comes to LL Cool J. I'm not.
You already called him. You already said, what have you done?
When it comes to the majority of hip hop.
And
I hope y'all understand it. LL, I'm not trying to disrespect you.
He gonna beat your ass when he see you.
From what I heard, maybe you moved. I think we live in the same town. We might.
No, you don't live where he lives.
And I heard your house look fucking amazing. I know you got the bread, brother. That was never the conversation. I'm not trying to flex on you. I'm not trying.
You did.
Oh, y'all niggas, bro.
You did.
Especially you. First of all, I don't even look at you as one of the pioneers of hip hop.
Now he's not a pioneer.
Nigga, I look at you one of the legends of hip hop, nigga. Like for me, you're one of the late '80s, '90s niggas. Giving opinions of music, but in reality,
you see how he fuck up. And this is what I was trying to tell Marquise. He's not speaking upon legends. He's speaking upon the pioneers. What do you want the pioneers to do? What do you want them to do? They did enough, god damn it. They planted the goddamn tree and they watered it. All you got to do is sit there and take the fruit. Watch, you ain't even got to pick the fucking fruit. The goddamn fruit is falling down. That's how easy they made it. That's how easy the pioneers made it. All you got to do is sit there and the fruit falling right in your goddamn lap. And you're getting fat off the fruit.
right? In reality, none of y'all niggas really was trying to keep up with being in music. Nigga, if you one of the pioneers, how you don't got your own label?
That's a dumbass question. If you're pioneers, why you ain't got your label? It wasn't. Didn't LL tell you it wasn't no money? There wasn't no money, dip ass.
Pioneer from the 80s should have their own label. Why y'all don't got your own label?
The pioneers from the 80s. Why we ain't got our label? It wasn't no money, dumbass.
Why y'all don't got some funding? Niggas.
It wasn't no funding, dumbass.
Shouldn't even be signing no Def Jam. Def Jam owned by a white man, bro. Warner owned by a white man, nigga. Atlantic owned by a white man, nigga. Interscope. How this is a black art, but we all signed the white people while the black niggas came through, they got their bag. But everybody's about getting their bag, not about building real companies. So I heard LL say, yo, okay, because you couldn't build a company. Well, LL, when I called niggas dusty, I never was saying they're just broken, whatever. I'm just saying a lot of these older niggas who are talking about current day hip hop, like them niggas is literally just not the niggas you should listen to. I'm not gonna listen to a nigga who literally got fucked in his whole deal, and now it's 30 years later, he never did nothing he don't even get none of his streaming, but now he want to comment on a nigga who got popping on TikTok. We don't want to listen to you. I'm sorry. We don't want to listen to you, bro. We don't want to listen to you.
That's the most selfish. That's what LL was talking about. That's the most selfish shit I've ever heard, ever. I don't want to listen. First is, why didn't you give us the game? This is what he said. I didn't say this. He said, why didn't you give us the game? All right. So now you just said, I don't want to listen to somebody from 30 years ago who got fucked. So why didn't we give you the game, or you don't want to listen to us? Which one is it? Which one is it, dummy? Which one is it? You don't want to listen to, we didn't give you the game, or we don't want to listen to you. You're saying a bunch of different things at one time that makes absolutely no sense. First is you're dusty. First, you don't own the companies. Baby. Stop acting like you don't know the game. It don't go like that. It don't go like that. Sorry. The black man, we can't own our own stuff. Your fight is against the machine. Your fight is not against your people. Your fight is against the machine. Why are you going at the older folks instead of going after the machine? And you can't tell nobody where to put their money at, because you should be making your own company. If that means so much to you, then you should be having your own. Get off the podcast, being that you teach. So, like you said, you teach this shit. You teach about contracts, and you teach this and you teach that. Well, then you should have your own label. You should have your own label right now, and everybody should be straight. They should be straight. But the people who did get bad contracts and fucked, doesn't matter. Like he said, their body of work speak for itself. Y'all may got screwed. It's like somebody like Kumo D. He may got screwed, but he still changed hip hop. He mad because he's not getting like that. Exactly. Kumo D may have been screwed, but Kumo D still changed hip hop. Okay? We're not on that right now, Cortez. We're not on that because guess what? He ain't the only predator. He ain't the only one. But we ain't talking about them right now. We're not talking about that right now. He's still a pioneer. So he ain't the only one. All right. Like I said, you could speak upon what Akademiks is talking about. You could do that. That's what we're talking about. But predators, that's a whole another story. When we talk about that, you can come right on in. But we're talking about Akademiks right now. And he is what you said, but people still came through African Bambaataa. People still came through him. People still came through African Bambaataa. It's sad, but yeah. That's just like talking about the casting couch. And we look at all the things that happen. Yeah, we can talk about the casting, which we will be talking about the casting couch. I'm supposed to be on my regular video. This video is going too long, so I got like 7 more minutes. about 7 more minutes. He just pissed me off so much that I just kept rambling because was trying to give anybody who listens to this video some real history of people who were there. People who were there. And the difference is, like, you guys pay a lot of money and y'all support the artists. The difference is my age bracket supported the culture. Your age bracket support the artists. My age bracket supported the culture. Like I said, my age bracket is the one that stayed up at nighttime to wait till the hip hop was on so it can get some numbers. My age bracket is the one that constantly played it. Our age bracket is the one who ran home and watched Video Music Box just so it can have numbers. Because we wanted to make, we wanted hip hop to be out there. And it took not just the artists, it took all of us to get it where it is now. It took all of us. It took all of us. Unless, if it didn't take all of us in New York, guess what? LA would never heard of it. It took us to make it to where as it got noticed. It took the New York people. It wasn't for us, Atlanta would never heard of it. And that it wouldn't have got passed to nobody unless my generation made it popular. That's the difference between us and y'all. It wouldn't have went past the 5 boroughs. It wouldn't have went past it. And then the good part about it is once it crossed over, it brought in other elements, you know, because we had like disco and stuff, and the West Coast brought in the funk. So they put the funk element into it, like the Washington area put the go-go into it. And then somebody else said something. I'm just gonna say 2 Live Crew. They put they bought it. So a lot of different regions put their elements into it. That's what made it beautiful. Once it got passed around to the different regions, more elements were put into it. We happy about that. But that came off our back. That's off our backs. Shit, we the one had the sleepless nights and stuff, getting up late for school in the morning just so we can hear some freaking music. We was the ones that was constantly in school and this and that. We was the ones going to see the movies. Come on now. Come on. And then you want to tell us we can't say nothing? And then you say we didn't tell you nothing? Y'all some ungrateful kids. Y'all kids are unfucking grateful. You're ungrateful. Very ungrateful. Look how hard Snoop Dogg is working now. Snoop Dogg working harder now than before. Because the money is now. The money is now. He still can't just like sit back. He got to make that money now. A lot of the artists got to make that money now. But LL, he gave out nothing but information. But you can't force somebody to be a record executive if they don't want to be. He wanted to go into acting. He wanted to do a Rock the Bells. LL is doing more than that. But guess what? You so starved for one of these artists to talk to you personally, because you know they talking about you in the videos, but you so starved and you want to speak to a founder so bad. All you had to do was get down. All you had to do was reach out to them. You didn't have to come out like this. First you called them dusty and broke and all this shit. Then you're gonna try to explain it and make it seem like it's a miss. No, you can't explain that shit. How dare you? How dare you? Lucky, I mean, I think Karis One said something, but Karis One would some of the Chuck D's and the Karis One. You need one of them pioneers to shut your ass up when you ain't doing shit yourself.
And it's not me, it's just the artists themselves too. But me, I'm in tune with the music business. I'm gonna look at you and be like, yo, why you giving advice? Why you ain't signed these niggas?
Because they
I
didn't
like what
want
at least Mace did. Mace could have tried to hold on to that career forever. Yo, Mace, take some of the influence, start signing niggas. Okay, you got 5 years for it, I bet. What I be saying about Meek, I say, Meek, yo, nigga, you were the nigga for 10 years. This music should don't last forever. Then you start signing niggas, bro. Y'all niggas gotta start being CEOs and bosses and independent. But no. Oh, act is just making us look weird. No, nigga, y'all look weird because y'all never did a motherfucking thing in this industry beyond get y'all bag and dip. That's why, no disrespect to it and nothing wrong with it, but new niggas and new artists don't care about what y'all say. Okay, we'll give you the credit as, oh, he paved the way, but you didn't do a motherfucking thing to advance the business of music for these new artists as they're doing for themselves. And I'll end it at that. Hello, Cool J, I love you. Invite me over for brunch. I'll pull up.
LL, like, fuck you. You just said my man ain't do shit. Now you love him. How you disrespect him and then gonna say right for brunch? Well, guys, I wanted you to hear this stupid guy who say, "Oh well, they paved the way." Be thankful for that. Be thankful for that. Kids are supposed to do better than their parents, right? Regardless if the parents like it or don't like it. Kids are supposed to do better than their parents. So even if y'all all our kids, right? Y'all supposed to do better. We you came from you came from the seed, you came from us. Now it's your turn. It's your go. Your job is to keep advancing it. That's what your job is. Keep advancing it. But it ain't gonna take away that in the beginning, the things that these guys are doing now, they was not gonna do back then. They did wear like them clothes. Like if you remember how they used to wear like Grandmaster Flash, and they wore them clothes because it came out of disco, and it took for Run DMC to say, hell no, we from the street, we're gonna dress like we in the street. Cause remember, they put on that as a costume. When the performance was over, they put on their regular clothes. And even somebody like Run DMC, fucking Adidas owed them a lot of money, but they didn't know. Even with Russell Simmons as his brother. Soon as you think of Run DMC, the first thing you think of is Adidas. Adidas didn't give them no money. Who was there to tell them, hey, Adidas owe you money? You giving them free, just like Grand Poopa. He gave Tommy Hilfiger free promotion. Nobody told Grand Poopa, hey, stop wearing the goddamn Tommy Hilfiger. When Polo was out, a lot of artists wore the Polo. Nobody said, hey, Polo, cut me that check. Nobody said, Tommy Hilfiger, cut me that check. Nobody said the Timberland, much as we wore Timberlands, and then we rapped about the Timberlands. Nobody knew to say, hey, Timberlands, cut me this check. Half of all the area were Timberlands because of us. They didn't know. They didn't know how much money they made people. But you guys do know. You guys do know. That's why when y'all show something now, y'all get paid for it. And that's because of the old people that you did learn from. It took for us not to get money from companies for you to learn. Hey, these companies is getting free promotion. So what else? What other game do you want? What game do you want? Some people just want to be an artist. Now he like acting. Okay. Will Smith, he didn't want to, he just wanted to do his music. Now he likes acting more better. You can't get it mad at Will Smith because he didn't do a record company. But he did put people on. He put Nick Cannon on and other people on. That, hey, tell you sometimes you can do what you got to do. But either way, guys, I'll be back with the regular video for today. I like to say, Akademiks. If you wasn't there, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You don't know about hip hop. You weren't there. Shut up. And you guys, I see you guys back with some of my other content when this is finished. Peace out. Thank you for coming in, Corin. Thank you for being part of the show. And I'm out.